2, 3.
That's correct. Alrighty, good morning. Welcome back to jury service. We are going to get going again. It's still the state's witness on direct with Detective Duke. State, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, Detective Duke.
Good morning.
Okay, so I believe that yesterday we left off, we were about to talk about the search of Valerie's apartment.
Correct.
Okay. And you told us yesterday that you had obtained consent from her to do so.
Correct.
Okay. Permission to pose your state's evidence, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, just for the purposes of reiteration, all right, to make sure we recap, let me show you State 62. And the apartment that we're talking about, is it that one there?
Yes.
Okay. So let me approach you now, Detective Duke, with State's exhibits 91 through 100. Would you kindly take a look at these photographs, Detective, and tell me if you recognize what they are?
So I have 91 through 93 are already admitted.
Yes, I believe if I may say. 94, Judge, 94 through 100.
Just to be clear, 99 was marked as the lost sheets.
Yes.
94 through 100 is what you're showing him?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, okay, except 99. All but 99, but 94 through 100.
Exhibit 94 is a picture of the bed inside the...
Gentleman that object, he asked you if you recognize them, not to describe what's depicted.
Sustained. We'll get there, Detective. Not yet.
Yes, I just kind of thumb through them all, and tell me if you recognize what they depict.
Yes,
Did you take these photographs, sir?
I did.
And did you take them at the time that you conducted the search of Valerie's apartment?
I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what they show?
Yes.
Have they been changed, altered, or doctored in any way?
No.
I think they got a little bit out of order. Yeah. Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer states 94 through 100, excluding 99, into evidence tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
Judge, may I take the witness on board there?
Yes.
Well, actually, let me wait. No objections to these, Judge.
Can I see those, please?
Yes, Your Honor. And then maybe one second, slide it out.
submitted.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish. Okay, detective, let me publish State's Exhibit number 94. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit number 94?
This is a picture of a bed in the bedroom of the apartment that the defendant and his girlfriend were living in at the time of the murder. This is believed to be the defendant's side of the bed. I mean, there's several things in the picture, but mainly it's the bed.
Okay, and we're going to talk about that. So this is inside Valerie's apartment,
Correct.
and what law enforcement perceived to be the male or the defendant's side of the bed. And we're going to talk about how you found that out or surmised that. Let's go to State's Exhibit number 95. Okay, so in 94, really quickly, we see an object here in the nightstand. Can you describe this object for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a wicker. I would describe it as a wicker type basket, being used as maybe a drawer.
Okay, so some sort of basket. So when we jump to State's Exhibit number 95, is that the same basket that we saw previously in that drawer of the nightstand?
It appears to be.
Okay. What do we see in State's number 95?
Looks like some men's deodorant. Looks like a box of bullets, a men's wallet.
Okay, so let me break it down
It's
for
a
the
little
jury.
hard for me to see. There's something under the ammo box, but I can't really tell for sure what it is.
Yes, sir, not to worry. We'll get to that. So if I point to something at the bottom of the image near the right side, what is this object, this brown object?
It's a men's wallet.
And you told us about a deodorant. Is that this I'm pointing at now?
Yes,
Near the top of the image on the right side?
correct.
Okay, you told us about a box of bullets. I'm pointing to a silver box near the bottom right. Is that what you were describing?
Yes.
And now a more zoomed in version of State's Exhibit number 96. Let me turn it a little bit. What can you tell us about that box of ammunition on State's 96?
Well, it's labeled Hornady Critical Duty. This is the manufacturer's box that the bullets would come in. It's not a full box. This box has been altered. It's been roughly cut in half. There's also a plastic tray inside that holds the live ammunition, and it has also been cut in half, I believe.
And I think you were talking about some objects that were underneath the box. It may be these two up here near the top left of the image, or?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify what those are?
I can't tell from here.
That's fair enough. It's no worries, detective. Okay, so let's look at State's Exhibit number 97. What are we looking at now in State's 97?
We're looking at the ammunition box that's open. We're looking at the tray that's pulled out of the box. It has multiple types of live ammunition in the tray, and they're sitting on a lock box.
So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the ammunition in the tray. The little ammunition tray, right? We see that there's 3 colors, would that be fair to say, of ammunition?
Yes.
Were you able to identify the makers of those rounds of ammunition?
Yes.
And what were they?
Some are, in my report I believe I have it broken down by the quantity of each and what they are.
And speaking of your report, Detective, thank you for reminding me. That should be one of the marked exhibits here, as to 78. Do you think it would be helpful to have this in front of you?
Sure. So there was a total of 25, and there were 8 Browning live rounds. There were 6 Hornady critical duty rounds and 11 Winchester rounds, all of the same caliber of 9mm.
I don't recall, Detective, did you indicate what those rounds looked like on your prosecution guide? Did you indicate like the gold ones are this, the silver ones are those, and the more black ones are the other kind?
I don't believe I did.
Okay, and that's fine, because we told us the exact number of the ones that there were, right? So remind me how many Brownings there were.
8.
Okay, so if we count the more dark ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Correct.
So fair to say that the darker ones would be Brownings.
Correct.
How many Winchesters were there?
There were 11 Winchesters.
11, so let's count the gold ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Correct.
Would it be fair to say that the gold ones are the Winchesters?
Yes.
And finally, how many Hornady rounds remain?
6.
And let's count those, the silver ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk about those rounds of ammunition. Remind us, at the crime scene, back where the victims were found, shot in their apartments, where the crime took place, what sort of spent ammunition was found? The spent shell casings.
I believe they were Hornady.
Hornady. Would those be silver in color?
Yes.
And let's pull them up from previous evidence introduced. And we're talking about State's Exhibit number 30, which showed evidence marker number 5 and 7, and then the zoomed-in version on State's 31 that showed us that silver in color shell casing marked evidence tag number 5, correct?
Correct.
And then number 32 that showed us evidence marker number 7, another silver shell casing.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay. Now there was also another round located at the scene, and that one was unfired, correct?
Correct.
An unspent shell casing, if you will. Let me see if I can locate that one. There we go. And this is State's Exhibit number 35, evidence marker number 6. What color is that shell casing?
Well, it's dark. I mean, it's darker than all the rest.
Dark, but it's not gold, it's not silver.
No.
And I believe during your testimony earlier, yesterday, you told us that you were able to identify this round as a Browning.
Correct.
Correct. And I believe Ed Wallace said so as well, but you weren't there for that. Okay, so going back to this ammunition box. Was the ammunition found at the crime scene and the ammunition found here, how are they relevant?
Well, they were the same manufacturer and same type. Each manufacturer will make many different types of ammunition, but they were not just the same manufacturer, but the same type and same caliber. And out of the 3 different manufacturers of ammunition in this tray, 2 of them were recovered at the crime scene. Most people buy a box of shells and load it up with that one brand or manufacturer of shells. So this is a little unusual.
Fair enough. Now you told us about a lockbox right underneath this ammunition. Remind us, Detective, how many times was the apartment of Valerie Rocha searched?
Twice.
Twice. Was this the first search?
Yes.
During this first search, did you know that you were potentially looking for a black and silver lockbox?
No.
So you photographed it, but didn't know that it would become relevant later on.
Essentially, it just happened to be in the background of the photo. I mean, I really didn't know the importance at the time.
Right, okay, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. Okay. Oh, and there's one more. Okay, so let's jump now to states number 98. What is states exhibit number 98 depicting, detective?
That's a handgun holster.
And where was it found?
It was found under the mattress on the defendant's side of the bed in their apartment.
So did you guys kind of like lift up the mattress?
Yes.
And it was found wedged in between the mattress and the bottom part?
Yes.
Okay. And then 99, what is 99?
It's just a close-up of the same item.
Okay,
Which
and what does
is
that
a-
appear to be again?
It's a handgun holster.
Was a firearm found and recovered from Valerie's apartment?
No.
No firearm.
No.
And then finally, states number 100. What is 100 depicting?
There's a basket with cleaning supplies in it, and then a latex glove. She had several gloves.
And this was found in where?
This was under the restroom sink.
Okay, so she, meaning Valerie, had blue latex like gloves for cleaning, potentially.
Correct.
Okay. And did this remind you of anything?
It did.
What did it remind you of?
It reminded me of the portion of the glove that was recovered at the crime scene that appeared to be consistent with this type of glove.
And just to be clear, for purposes of the record, this glove that is photographed in 100 had nothing to do with anything. It was just there in the back.
Correct.
It was just a similar type of glove.
Correct.
Okay. Speaking of gloves, Detective, we reached out to the property room once again and asked them to bring for us today a bag of clothing which should include in it the blue latex glove. Let me mark this as outer bag. Actually, before I mark it, because there's other stuff. Would you mind, Detective, opening this bag and reviewing the contents inside? Yes, let me get you some gloves. There might be some else.
It's for the microphone.
You got some over here. And you may need a pair of scissors. Bailiffs, if I could I trouble you for a pair of scissors? Thank you, sir.
Oh, these are the gunshot residue tests taken from the glove. This is one GSR test. These are the GSR tests.
So one of these contains. We're gonna have to get up.
That
in
would
there
be
and
my
see
guess.
Which one? Is Open it as carefully as you can, obviously.
Originally, they would be individually, but after we tested
Appears to be both.
Mr. Jordan, do you need to take a break?
I think we're there, Judge.
Okay, let me know.
there's both gloves. I don't see the tip that was recovered.
That tip wasn't just recent. Yeah, so if you could put that back in its original packaging, to the best of your ability, Detective. And if you can keep that separate form, you kind of stick everything else back in the original big bag. We missed one. Thank you, Detective. And if I could get the one that contains the gloves from there. And we're gonna put a nice exhibit sticker on it. It states number 113. Okay, Detective, having reviewed the contents of States 113, were you able to perceive what is inside this bag marked States 113?
Yes.
And what was it?
Just a pair of gloves that was in the plastic. Now, it's a Walmart bag that was turned over by Defense Attorney Reeves.
Are these the same gloves that you used to compare that broken tip of glove that was recovered from the crime scene where the murders took place?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the State would offer States 113 into evidence entering to opposing counsel for inspection.
We'll admit it, Your Honor.
States 113 as admitted.
Okay, so we touch back to the gloves. At that time, Detective, was anything else of relevance found at Valerie's apartment?
I don't recall anything else.
Okay. So what was the next step then in the investigation?
Well, after we searched the apartment, we had to take her back to work or to her car, and we searched her car.
So let's talk about the search of the vehicle. She gave you consent to search that also?
Yes,
And did you do so?
yes.
Let me approach you, if I may, Ron, with State Exhibit number 101 through 103. Can you take a look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes.
What are they?
This is a view from the rear of Valerie's vehicle and a picture of the license plate.
Judge, again, we're going to ask the court to lay the predicate before he testifies as to what's in the photographic images.
Sustained?
Let's just start with whether you recognize him, Detective.
Yes,
Who took these photographs?
I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you searched Valerie's car?
Yes.
Changed or altered in any way?
No.
Okay. If I may. Judge, at this time, the State would offer States 101 through 103 into evidence tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
Judge, we have no objections to these exhibits.
101 through 103 are admitted?
Commissioner Colors, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, States 101, Detective. Would you kindly tell me what we see on 101?
That's a picture of the rear of Valerie's car that includes her license plate.
Okay, and this is the vehicle that you searched.
Correct.
I believe earlier, yesterday, you told us that one of the linking factors that you were able to associate with that Facebook account was a blue Nissan.
The tip that came in gave us license plates of two vehicles that were associated with the defendant and his girlfriend, and this is one of them.
Perfect. Okay. What about States 102? What are we looking at here?
That's the back seat of that vehicle that we just looked at, and that's a backpack in the
Okay.
back seat.
And States number 103. What is 103?
That is, I don't know much about them, but I understand that's part of a tattoo machine or tattoo gun, or however you want to describe it.
Okay. And did you know the relevance of this item during this search?
I did not.
Okay. Did you find anything else in Valerie's vehicle of any consequence? Any guns, drugs, anything like that?
There was a small amount of marijuana. I believe it was in the backpack.
Okay. No firearm, however?
No.
Okay. So the search of the vehicle now concluded. What happened next?
Well, she was free to leave. Where this is back at her work, and I think that's all we did that day.
Okay. When did you come across information on someone named Melissa Cortez?
So, after I had developed a suspect from the tip, I was able to get some phone records of the defendant. In those phone records was a number that appeared quite often, throughout time, and specifically around the time of the murder. Another number that was in communication with the defendant's phone.
Okay.
Further investigation revealed that number belonged to Chrissy. Chrissy Garcia.
And who did Chrissy Garcia end up being?
I reached out to Chrissy, and she said, yes, the phone is in her name, but she got it for her sister.
And who is her sister?
Her sister is Melissa Garcia Cortez.
Okay, so based on all the contact between the two phones that you had observed, especially around the time of the murders, did you believe that Melissa might be a person of interest in this case?
I felt like she's someone we needed to talk to based on the conversations that were had in close proximity to the crime.
Okay. Were you able to talk to Melissa?
Well, I reached out. Eventually I was. But at first I called several times, texted several times. About 3 days went by and no response.
And then after that?
Well, I came up with an address. Let's see. So I came up with an address on Wildwood. I went there and asked for Melissa, and her sister, another sister, Brandy, came to the door. She said Melissa didn't live with her, but her daughter does. I spoke to her daughter. I asked who Melissa was dating around the time of the murders, and she gave me a name of a person that she knew as her boyfriend that was from another country.
Okay, and who was that individual?
The name she gave me was Andres Rodriguez.
Okay, and that might be why there's an AKA in the indictment of this case as an address, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, were you able to eventually get in touch with Melissa?
I was.
How did that come about?
So I was able finally to get a hold of Melissa, and she came down to the homicide office on September the 16th of 2019.
Okay. You were able to speak with her?
I was.
That interview was recorded, this proper procedure followed?
It wasn't recorded, it was a written statement.
That's right, so that was the time that she did the written statement?
Correct.
Okay, that's right. Were you able to inquire of her if she knew anything about the crime that had been committed?
Yes.
And do you remember what she told you?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she knew anything?
She knew some things. Yes.
Okay. Were you able to get any pieces of evidence from her?
I was.
And what was that piece of evidence?
I was able to get a prescription bottle, and on the prescription label, it had the female victim's name on it.
Did she tell you, or were you able to learn how she came to possess that item of evidence?
Yes.
How was that?
She said that on the morning of...
I'm going to object to the questions that keep calling for hearsay as to what she said is hearsay.
Response?
Judge, I can rephrase the question.
Sustain?
All right, detective, without telling us specifically what she said, did you learn whether or not that pill bottle had any connection to Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
And again, that calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you come across any information regarding a silver and black lockbox?
Yes.
And did you recall having seen that before, or did that pop up into your mind at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you think at the moment?
I thought I recalled seeing that lockbox when we were at Valerie's apartment the first time. Not knowing that it had anything to do with it, we didn't take it. But I went back and looked at the pictures that were taken, and it was in the picture. The one that we saw.
Did you suspect, detective, that the lockbox that was being mentioned during that interview might be the very same that you saw in Valerie's apartment.
Yes.
Were you ever able to learn, detective, who submitted that silver or gray bag to Attorney Reeves?
Yes, I mean, it not right away, but ultimately, yes, I did.
And who was that individual?
It was Melissa.
Were you able to learn the date, or on or about what date, the silver lockbox and the methadone bottle, the prescription bottle, was in the presence of Melissa after the murder had taken place?
Yes.
What date was that?
It was September the 30th of 2018, the morning of.
So the very morning after the murder?
Correct. It was the day before Melissa's son's birthday.
Did you take custody of that prescription bottle?
I did.
Were you able to photograph it?
I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Detective, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 107 and 108. Again, would you kindly take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes,
Do they fairly and accurately depict what they show?
they do.
You took these photographs?
I did.
Have they been changed, altered, doctored in any way?
No.
Your Honor, the State would offer States 107 and 108 to evidence, tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
107, 108 are admitted.
And permission to publish it. Detective, let me show you State's Exhibit number 107. What are we looking at here?
It's a prescription bottle given by the Crossroads Treatment Center. It gives the address where they're located, the date it was dispensed, and what the drug is, methadone in liquid form.
So let's talk about that. In 107, we see an orange cylindrical object near the bottom center of the image. What is that?
I believe that's another prescription bottle.
So maybe this one would have been housed in that one? And you're kind of like resting it on top for the picture?
It's possible. I don't recall taking it out of it. I'm not sure.
Fair enough, not to worry. Let's talk about the image itself, the prescription bottle of the methadone. You told us it was methadone. Is that indicated on the image?
Yes.
Does it indicate how many milligrams of it is?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And you told us about a date that it was dispensed. Is that indicated on the paper?
Yes.
What date was that, sir?
September the 28th of 2018.
So how long before the murder of Julia Wright would this have been dispensed?
2 days?
2 days before.
Or a day. Day or two, yeah.
Okay, and you told us it was from the Crossroads Treatment Center.
Correct.
Is that labeled on the label?
Yes.
Does that match the paperwork that you told us about yesterday that was found in Julia's car?
Yes.
And then let me show you States 108. What are we looking at now?
The same bottle. It has, obviously it has 4 sides, so this is another side of it. See the continuation of where it came from at the top, the treatment center, phone number, and who this prescription is written to, Julia Wright, date.
So it has the victim's name on it,
Correct.
just like you learned from Melissa.
Yes.
Okay. So, detective, now having information about a lockbox and about methadone, and specifically this bottle, and remembering that you saw a lockbox in Valerie's apartment, what happened next?
Well, I thought it would be important to try and secure the lockbox if it was still there.
And you told us earlier today that when law enforcement first searched Valerie's apartment, even though the box was photographed, it wasn't known to law enforcement if it had any importance, right?
Correct.
So that means it wasn't seized at
Correct.
the time.
Correct.
So presumably it was still inside Valerie's apartment,
We hoped.
and you wanted to try to go and get it.
Yeah, I want to give it a shot.
Did you talk to Valerie again about getting consent to search?
I did.
And what happened that second time?
She said that she would meet me at her apartment. She said she'd be glad to give us consent. She just wanted a few minutes to kind of tidy up upstairs before she allowed me to go up.
Okay, so she was perhaps a little hesitant, but not refusing.
But yeah, she appeared very nervous.
Okay. And were you able to go inside and search the apartment the second time?
Yes.
With the intent specifically this time to try to locate a lockbox?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I told her what I wanted to begin with and what I would be looking for.
Okay. Were you able to do so?
Yes.
And were you guys able to locate
Yes.
said lockbox?
Yes.
Okay. Let me, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let me approach you, Detective, with State's Exhibits number 104, 105, and 106. Can you kindly take a look at these and tell me if you recognize them?
This is the... Yes, I do.
All three of them?
Yes.
Perfect. Do they fairly and accurately depict what they show?
Yes.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
And who took these photographs?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would offer States 104 through 106 into evidence, tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
We have no objections.
States 104, 105, and 106 are admitted.
And permission to close, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Okay, Detective, on State's Exhibit number 104, what are we looking at?
We're looking at the laundry closet in Valerie's apartment.
Okay.
And that's a dryer in the background.
Let me switch to States 105. What is in States 105?
That is the lockbox between the dryer and the wall.
So that picture in 104 that we just saw, you told us it was a dryer. I'm going to point to a space between the wall and the dryer near the center right of the image. Is that the gap that we are looking at in States 105?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, let me show you States number 106. What are we looking at there?
The lockbox.
Okay. Speaking of lockboxes, again, we have the property room to provide us with that. And let me mark this. State's Exhibit number 114 for identification purposes. Detective, if I could once again trouble you with opening this bag. And it's clearly sealed, hasn't been opened, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Evidence seal is intact.
Okay, so just to confirm, I'm just going to stick it back in there now to confirm. So your initials?
That's my initials and badge number on it.
If you could stick that back in there, sir.
Did you want to?
Yes. In a minute. Okay. I'll introduce her first. I'll let you do it. Okay, were you able to verify the contents of States 114?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the item that is inside?
Yes.
Has that item been changed, altered, tampered with in any way upon your inspection?
No.
Is it the same lockbox that we see in State's Exhibit number 106?
Yes.
And this was taken from Valerie's apartment?
Correct.
Your Honor, this time the State would offer States 114 as evidence, tendering to a closing.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 114 is admitted.
And permission to publish. Okay, I'm going to pull out States 114, the lockbox, and kind of hold it for the jury. You told us that upon the box there was some markings. What are those?
It's my initials and my badge number.
And would that be MD for Mark Duke?
Yes.
And then 2271, that was your badge number?
Correct.
Okay. What sort of locking mechanism does this box have, sir?
It has a combination with 3 wheels, and you have to align the 3 numbers on the wheels, and then hit this button to try and open it.
Okay. Now, yesterday, when we were discussing the paperwork that was found on Valerie's car, I believe that was State's Exhibit number 59, I drew your attention to a certain number that was plastered all over the paperwork. Let me publish that for you now on 59. Just to remind everybody what we're talking about, it was this number here on page 1, right?
Correct.
And then it was again here on page 2, top and bottom, several times throughout the course of these documents, right?
Yes.
Were you able to learn the relevance of that number, detective?
Yes.
And what was the relevance of that number?
Well, that's her patient ID, and I was curious if she may have used it as her lockbox code.
Did she?
Yes.
So if you put in that number into the lockbox, I'll actually remind you what that number is. By bringing your State's Exhibit number 59. We see that the box is open, right? So if we close it, and kind of jumble the numbers up, see that it's locked. Would you kindly input this number and then unlock the box?
Make sure I'm getting the right number. Still a little off. I just opened it with it.
You literally just did it?
Yeah.
To open it in the first place?
Yes.
We'll keep trying, sir.
Yeah. One of them's just not quite lined up.
There you go. Okay. So 371, you got to jiggle it a little bit, but 371, the number on these documents opens the lockbox.
Which shows the lock does work if you don't get it perfectly
Fair
right.
enough. Okay. And you were able to learn that at the time that you were conducting the investigation?
Yes.
Anything in the lockbox when you opened it at that time?
No.
Okay, so based on all the evidence you were able to gather, as well as the facts today, right, are you able to determine to whom this lockbox belonged?
Yes.
And to whom did it belong, sir?
Julia Wright?
And that was found, the box, in Valerie's apartment,
Correct.
along with those ammunition that matched those in the crime scene, along with those gloves that could potentially match those in the crime scene, and along with that holster, but no gun.
Correct.
Okay. After procuring the lockbox, did you have the opportunity to talk to Melissa again?
Well, I wanted to talk to her again. I don't believe I did, though.
I guess the specific instance that I'm trying to refer you to, Detective, is did you ever show her any photographs of a holster, of a lockbox?
Yes, but that's when I took her statement.
Oh, so at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. That's refreshing my recollection. That's right. Was she able to identify the pictures that you showed her of the lockbox and of the holster?
Yes.
And were they the same pictures that, specifically of the holster and of the lockbox that we've introduced into evidence now?
Yes.
Okay, no different pictures?
No.
Okay. Were you able to learn the significance, if any, of the backpack and that tattoo machine that you told us about in Valerie's car?
Yes. I learned that the backpack actually belonged to Melissa, and the tattoo gun and the contents, meaning I believe there's a sketchbook inside, I believe a foot pedal for a tattoo gun, and then the other components, and there was some needles. She said those belonged to her son.
To Melissa's son?
Or I learned that they belonged to Melissa's son, yes.
Okay, so the components of the tattooing, at least, were Melissa's son's property?
Correct.
And they were recovered from that backpack in Valerie's car?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So, Detective, based on all the evidence that you had gathered up to this point, did you have enough for purposes of your investigation to have a strong suspect, let's say?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that suspect, sir?
The defendant.
So, how did the investigation proceed after that?
Well, I also had the defendant's phone records that placed him not at work where he had said he had been at the time of the murder, but he actually went to Melissa's house right after.
Did you ever have the opportunity to look at Melissa's phone records?
I don't recall looking at Melissa's phone records.
Okay. Did you at some point in time decide that it would be a good time to try and go talk to the defendant about everything that you've learned?
Yes, I mean, you want to have your ducks in a row before you interview somebody. You've got to be able to know if they're telling you the truth or not. And you want to have some evidence to confront them with, in case they don't tell the truth, and they normally don't. So I felt like I had enough to where I was ready to go speak with him.
Okay. Did you have to wait on the return of any more lab analysis or anything like that before you went to talk to him?
Well, I didn't necessarily feel like I needed to. I also knew there was going to be some more testing because I knew I was going to take DNA from him once I contacted him. But I felt like that time was as good as any at that point.
Okay, so do you remember the date that you went to meet with the defendant?
It would have been December 10th of 2019.
Okay, so that's 2019.
Correct.
The murder being committed on September 30th, on or about, of 2018.
Correct.
So a question that people may have is why was it almost a year later, or a year later?
I wanted to make sure that I had the evidence and was following the evidence to the right person. I didn't want to be premature. I wanted to make sure that I had a good picture and I could support proving what I believed happened.
And I think initially you told us, Detective, that the crime lab doesn't essentially work at our beck and call, right? They have a backlog, they get to things when they get to things, right?
That's right.
Okay. So essentially, and stop me if I'm wrong, you wanted to go into the interview sort of armed with knowledge, right? So that you could conduct a proper interview.
Yeah, he could tell me anything, but if I didn't know the truth before I asked the question, I can't really disagree. And I wanted to be able to know when he was being dishonest. If not, he could tell me anything. And when he did, I wanted to be able to intelligently, respond or confront that.
Fair enough. And is that something that you're trained on as a San Antonio police detective, interrogation techniques and how to go into an interrogation and conduct it?
Yes.
Let's talk briefly, Detective, about interrogation techniques or interview techniques. Can a law enforcement officer, to your knowledge, lie to a suspect or a defendant in an interview?
In some ways, yes.
Okay. And the Supreme Court, in fact, has said that that's acceptable, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if, for example, the detective told the suspect, hey, we have you on surveillance video, but that wasn't necessarily true, that's acceptable.
Correct.
Okay. And why is it important to be able to do that, or why is that important?
Well, I think the most important thing is to learn the truth. Most people that commit crimes or certainly murders are not usually, it's unusual for them to say, yes, I did it. It happens, but it's rare. So I think the truth is the number one priority. I wouldn't say at all cost, but I would hate to face a victim's family not, knowing I didn't do everything I could to get those answers for them. And if the law says I can do it, then there are times when I'll do it.
Okay. And do you recall if that was done in this case?
I think there were some things said that could or could not have been true. We didn't know for sure yet. Didn't know if that was the case. But some things that he knew if they were true or not. And I certainly didn't want to say something that he knew wasn't true. But yeah, there were some things that may have been some foregone conclusions, I guess, without maybe having everything from the lab.
Okay. And what about another sort of investigative technique? For example, would an investigator tell a suspect anything that could potentially mitigate his culpability or lead him towards a confession by saying, hey, we know you might have had a reason to do this, or something along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, you have to consider what you're, as a detective, what you're doing. I'm asking this person to tell me the truth, and he knows that it's going to cause him to lose his freedom or his life. And you're not going to have much success if you say things like, you're a monster, what you did was horrible, it was the most heinous thing I'd ever seen in my life. I mean, it just makes him feel like, wow, everybody's going to judge me, and that's terrible. But if you can kind of lessen that a little bit, maybe make him feel justified in what he did. He's not going to confess to something he didn't do. He's just going to be more comfortable admitting what he did if he feels like, and it's it's an empathetic approach to the interview. There are a lot of interview techniques. In my course, or in my experience as an investigator, I approach an interview as treating somebody like I would want to be treated, or like I would want someone in my family treated. I try to be empathetic. I try to make them feel like I understand and I care, because it's hard for them. It's hard to man up and take responsibility for something you did when it's that bad. But you're also, he knows he's given away his freedom or his life in a capital murder case. So anything we can do to get the truth, we're going to do that. Anything we can do to help the victim feel more comfortable doing that, that's what we do. When you see detectives screaming and banging on the table, that means they're frustrated. They've tried everything they know to do, and they just don't know what else to do, and now they're frustrated. It doesn't work. I've had good success in my career, and that was my approach here.
Okay. Do you recall if the defendant was Mirandized before the interview was conducted?
Yes.
And was the whole interview from beginning to end fully recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review that recording?
Yes.
And I know there's going to be two recordings. One is going to be introduced for purposes of the record, and the other one is a redacted copy in order to be in compliance with the rules of evidence and procedure. You had a chance to view the redacted version as well.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Duke. I have State's Exhibit number 77. I believe it's already been introduced into evidence through Agent Ibarra, but if you would kindly take a look at State 77 and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
What is it, sir?
It's a redacted copy of my interview with the defendant.
And how do you know that this is the exact same copy that you and I watched?
Because right after we watched it, we took it out, and I initialed and dated.
And are those your initials and date in red here next to these black ones?
They are.
Perfect. And Your Honor, at this time, the State has to publish, I believe it's already admitted, permission to publish.
It is already in there. And I heard all the objections.
I'm sorry, Judge, I couldn't hear you.
77 has already been
It's
admitted.
already admitted, yes.
Yes. Before you begin publishing, we're going to take a quick morning break so we can begin listening to it.
Yes.
To remain under the same instructions, go ahead and take a 15-minute break. 113?
112, 112,
Oh, 112.
and 112A for the applicant.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Judge. Okay, before the state publishes State 77, the state would offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 112, that being a full transcription, both in Spanish and English, of the video the jury is about to watch, that being the redacted version in 112, and then for the record and its completeness, 112A, the full unredacted transcription of the video. Tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
No objections, Your Honor.
112 is admitted for the trial and 112A admitted for purposes of the record. May I proceed?
Yes, Judge. And as per agreement of the parties and request of defense, the state is going to play the whole video all at once, hopefully buy everybody some time.
We'll break for lunch around the same time, around 12:30. What? Can I see you go? Hang on, bro.
Yes.
Let me see the instruction.
Yes, Judge.
Can you see in the corner?
It's like cut off, like,
So you need them to move
I
it?
can't see either. Yeah.
So move it back. How's that?
It's better.
Judge, there's an empty seat over here if they want to move.
Yes, they can move. And we can also have you all move over just a little bit if you want to.
And the state is playing the video on State 77 for the purposes of the record.
Drink some water?
All right, very briefly, Detective, before we get rolling. I've paused the record, or for the record, at 1600 hours, 18 minutes, and 34 seconds up on the top right of the Axon body camera clock. And just so we know, and we can identify each party present in the scene, this man that is to the left, who is that?
It's Agent Avada.
Let me clarify, sir. This person with the white shirt. Who is it?
That's me.
That's you. Now, you were telling us about Agent Ibarra. Is that man here
Yes.
on the left side?
Yes.
With the blue sweater or shirt?
Yes.
Okay, so Agent Joe Ibarra. And then who is this individual here?
The defendant.
Let me ask you this, Detective. Is that defendant present in the courtroom today?
He is
Would you kindly point him out and describe it by something he might be wearing?
wearing the gray and black jacket with the white t-shirt.
And that man's name is?
Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez.
Same individual we're seeing on camera.
Yes.
Okay. The state is now resuming the video.
Well, how they treating you over here? ¿Cómo te está tratando?
Más el encierro es el único que los espera un poco.
¿El qué?
Más el encierro es el único que los espera un poco.
Oh, it's going well. The only thing that's kind of, you know, a little desperation is you being locked up. That's what I was waiting for right now. Been here a long time. ¿Tiene mucho tiempo aquí ya? Como cuánto? About a year. Yeah. Well, I've got some things I'd like to talk to you about. I think you'll find them pretty interesting. I know that you'll be interested to hear. And I have a few questions for you. Bear with me. It's gonna take a little bit for me to get used to saying something, letting him translate, and then letting him tell me back.
Que tiene que hablar contigo, tiene unas preguntas muy interesantes para ti y él cree que tú también tienes preguntas para él. Y hace cosas interesantes, pero dice que por favor, que calmado porque se puede tardar un poquito, un rato, porque él tiene que hacer la pregunta en inglés, yo la traduzco, ¿verdad? Y la misma cosa, inglés, español, inglés.
I have a terrible memory. So, as we talk, I'm going to jot a few things down. Don't let that make you nervous. It's just because I have a bad memory and I don't want to interrupt you, and then I'll come back to it later.
Que la memoria de él no está muy buena, entonces te vas a hacer las preguntas y lo voy a traducir. Él va a estar apuntando cosas, pero porque se le olvidan las cosas, no sabe lo que está apuntando, pero la rápido. Okay.
So, I'm going to explain to you why I want to talk to you. But before we do that, since you're in custody,
Did I do that? I'm just messing with the audio.
Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and, well, hang on, we might be able to get something started. What I was going to suggest is we break for lunch now and reconvene at 1 o'clock, and we should have the technology back up and we could just run through the video. Does everybody want to do that? Yes? Okay, let's do that. Let's get technology support down here.
that's kind of, you know, a little desperation is you being like that. That's what I was waiting for right now. I've been here a long time. ¿Tienes mucho tiempo aquí ya? Sí. ¿Cómo cuánto? About a year. Yeah. Well, I've got some things I'd like to talk to you about. I think you'll find them pretty interesting. I know that you'll be interested to hear. And I have a few questions for you. Bear with me. It's gonna take a little bit for me to get used to saying something, let him translate, and then let him tell me back. Quiero hablar contigo, tengo unas preguntas muy interesantes para ti y él cree que tú también tienes preguntas para él y me hace cosas interesantes, pero dice que por favor, que calmado porque se puede tardar un poquito, un rato, porque él tiene que hacer la pregunta en inglés, yo la traduzco, ¿verdad? Y tú la misma cosa, inglés, español, inglés. So. I have a terrible memory. So, as we talk, I'm going to jot a few things down. Don't let that make you nervous. It's just that I have a bad memory and I don't want to interrupt you, and then I'll come back to it later. La memoria de él está muy buena, entonces te va a hacer las preguntas que lo va a producir. Él va a estar apuntando cosas, pero cuando se le olvida las cosas, no sabe lo que está apuntando, todo el rato. Okay, so. I'm going to explain to you why I want to talk to you. But before we do that, since you're in custody, we have to read you your Miranda rights under the rules, so we have to follow them. And if you have any questions about that, let us know. Okay? Si tienes unas preguntas, porque estás en custodia ahorita, está encarcelado, tiene que leer tus derechos. Cuando una persona está en Estados Unidos tiene derechos. Cuando te arresté, te acuerdas de tus derechos también. Okay. Y el que te la haga, te voy a leer eso. Es un derecho aquí en Estados Unidos. Si tienes preguntas también nos puedes hacer preguntas. Okay? So you ready for me? Yes. Me estoy haciendo viejito ya. Getting older. Okay. Este aviso se llama aviso de derechos.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
In the video, 1,600 hours, 21 minutes, 23 seconds.
Antes de que se le hagan preguntas, es mi deber como oficial de policía informarle de sus derechos y advertirle de las consecuencias de usar estos derechos. Usted tiene el derecho de mantener su silencio. Usted no tiene que hacer ninguna declaración oral o por escrito a nadie. Cualquier declaración que usted haga será usada en evidencia contra usted en una corte de ley o en un juicio. Usted tiene el derecho de tener un abogado presente para que aconsejarle a usted antes de o durante cualquier interrogación por oficiales de policía o abogados representados al Estado. ¿Okay? Usted puede tener su propio abogado presente, o si usted no puede emplear un abogado, la corte nombrará un abogado para usted sin costo, ahora o en cualquier otro tiempo. ¿Entiendes? Okay. Si usted decide hablar con alguien, usted puede parar de hablar con ellos a cualquier tiempo que usted desea. Los derechos anteriores son derechos continuos que pueden ser invocados por usted en cualquier etapa de los procedimientos. ¿Usted entiende esos derechos? Sí. Okay. Explain to him that you're just here to assist me because I don't speak any Spanish. That's why you're here. And I'm here and let him know that I'm from San Antonio, and I want to talk to him about some events that took place in San Antonio. La única razón que yo estoy aquí, porque tú ya me conoces, soy oficial de migraciones. es para traducir por el oficial. Él es policía por el departamento de San Antonio. Y platicaron que me trajo a mí, porque yo te conozco, pues más o menos, ¿verdad? Y tenemos historia, y yo fui y sé el español, el lenguaje, el idioma, un poquito más mejor que el oficial, ¿ok? Él tiene que hacer unas preguntas y so tell me a little bit about yourself. I know you've been here for a few years. Where did you grow up? Where are you from? ¿Quieres ver un poquito de ti? Y él sabe que ya tienes unos cuantos años aquí en los Estados Unidos. Por ejemplo, ¿dónde naciste? ¿Dónde eres?
Honduras. Pues nací en un barrio muy pobre, pues
You were born in a poor neighborhood. In Honduras.
algo más que saber.
Anything else you want to know? Well, I assume if it's poor, he came here for a better life, I guess. Si vienes de un barrio pobre, la razón de estar aquí es para la vida mejor, para mejorar tu vida. Yes. Yes, to fight to make a better life. Is it just poor there, not much work, or is it dangerous? ¿Es peligroso ese barrio o es solo pobre? ¿Es peligroso también?
Pobre, peligroso.
Yeah, both. Did he come over by himself, or does he have family, or is he all alone, or what? ¿Veniste tú solo?
Sí.
¿No tienes familia?
Aquí sí tengo familia.
Pero tú solito te viniste.
Sí, solo.
¿Y a qué edad?
16.
He came when he was 16, and he's got family. Aquí tienes familia.
Sí.
He has family here. ¿Tienes familia en Honduras también?
Sí, mis papás.
He's got his parents in Honduras. He does have family there. I have a son that's 14. I can't imagine him taking off on a journey like that by himself. That had to be scary. Él tiene un chamaco, un hijo que tiene 14 años y no puede imaginarse, por lo que pasaste tú, lo que pasa a su hijo.
Ya, no, es difícil.
Muy difícil.
Sí.
It was very difficult. I bet he saw a lot of stuff that kids that age shouldn't have to see or deal with. Yo pensé que viste muchas cosas que un niño a tu edad, cuando escuchaste, no debe de ver. I was 16, yes. So his mom and dad are still in Honduras. Tus padres todavía viven en Honduras. Yeah, still. Yeah. What about? Does he have any siblings? ¿Tienes hermanos, hermanas?
Sí, 3 hermanos.
Three sisters?
No, más 3 hermanos. Pero están también en Honduras.
He only has 3 sisters and they're all in Honduras. Only boy? Tú eres el único
boy.
El único boy. Yes, the only boy. Is he older and middle or youngest? ¿Dónde quieres en la edad?
Tengo una hermana más que sigue y las otras son menores.
So he's got 2 younger sisters, then him, and then the oldest sister. What's right in the middle? Yeah, venito en medio, entonces tú en el medio. Okay. El único was he kind of watch out for him, a big brother, protector. Que si eres el hermano que nos cuidaba, así, porque
Siempre he sido, siempre lo seré, el hermano que cuida toda la familia.
I've always been that guard who protects the family. Yeah. Were they cute? Does he have to keep all the boys away? Son cuidas de hermanas. Tienes que pelear para que los muchachos no se le acerquen. That's a tough job. Es un trabajo muy difícil. I'm glad you made the journey safe. I know that since you've been here, I know that he's, I guess, found himself a girlfriend and trying to create a better life. Qué bueno que te fue el viaje bien, que nada te pasó en el camino y que tienes que hacer una vida aquí, hasta tienes novia,
Sí.
¿verdad? ¿Cómo se llama?
Valerie.
Valerie? Yeah. ¿Es tu novia?
Sí.
Aunque no es tu esposa.
Todavía no.
Okay, it's his girlfriend, not his wife. Not yet, anyway. Yes, girls, yeah, his. So, what are his parents' names, just out of curiosity? ¿Cómo el nombre de tus padres? ¿Qué son? ¿Cómo se llaman ellos?
Uno se llama José y mi mamá se llama Yamilén.
¿Y cómo? ella me dijo, ¿el nombre completo de José?
José Crescencio Avelar Zavala.
Más despacito. José
Avelar Zavala.
Avelar Zavala. José Avelar Zavala. Ok. José Avelar Zavala. ¿Y tu mamá?
Yamilet Rodriguez Hernández.
Rodríguez Hernández, es su hermano. How long has it been since he's seen him? ¿Cuánto tiempo tienes sin verlos?
Como 4 años ya.
About 4 years now.
4 years.
That's a long time. Es un tiempo muy... ¿Sí, eso? ¿Lo extrañas?
Sí, pero tenemos la fe que algún día nos vamos a volver a ver todos con él.
I do, but I have faith that one day we'll see each other again. Good. How are they doing? Are they in good health? Things going well for his family back home? ¿Cómo están? ¿De salud? ¿Todo está bien con ellos?
Sí, gracias a Dios.
Everything's good, thank God. Good. So he hasn't seen them, but I assume he's spoke with them since he knows they're well. No los has visto, pero cree el detective que, como sabes que están bien, ¿te has comunicado con ellos?
Sí.
Sí. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez?
Hace como 2 semanas y también.
About 2 weeks ago, he called. Good. Good. Always makes you feel better when you talk to your family. Siempre te hace sentir mejor cuando hablas con tus padres. Well, good. I'm glad you've had the opportunity to do that. So what I'd like to talk to you about is I'm investigating a murder that took place in the apartment complex that he was living in with Valerie. El detective, él es el detective de San Antonio, está investigando un caso donde mataron a personas en el apartamento donde vivías tú, en el complex, ¿verdad? Ok. Donde vivías tú por Valerie. And we've talked to a few people there, and we've talked to Valerie, and we actually did a search of that apartment, and there's a few items that I would like to talk to him about. Their apartment or hers, the one they shared. Okay, okay. Habló con varias personas, el detective, hasta habló con tu novio, con Valerie, y también registraron. ¿Sabes qué es la palabra registrar? Registraron el apartamento tuyo y de ella, donde estaban. Quiero hablar contigo, tocando unas cosas que pusieron en el apartamento, donde te estás quedando con Valerie. Okay. The murder occurred on September the 30th of 2018. And asked him if he remembers when that occurred. There were 2 people, a man and a woman, that were killed. ¿Sabes? De la palabra homicidio, ¿sabes? Cuando matan a alguien, investigan porque mataron a alguien. Entonces, él trabaja con ese elemento que investigan cuando alguien muere porque lo mataron. Y esta vez, donde viven ustedes, en septiembre 30 del 2018, hace un año, mataron a 2 personas. ¿Tú sabes, oíste eso?
Sí, escuché, estaba ahí viviendo con Valerie en su apartamento, sí.
Yes, I heard about that. I was living in that apartment complex at the time. The guy that got killed, I'm told he was really bad, really shady. He had robbed people and probably hurt some other people. Asked me if he had heard that also. Dice que mataron a una mujer.
For the record, the state is pausing the video at 1600 hours, 32 minutes, and 34 seconds. Something we just heard, Detective. I want to make sure it's clear on the record and that we're all understanding each other. What you just said about the victim in this case, Mr. Milanovich, did you believe that to be true?
No.
No. Why were you saying that?
Well, I just want to make it as easy as I can for the defendant to tell the truth. He may find it easier to tell what he did if the person is not as good a person. He may feel like, well, maybe it was more justified if the person is not a good person. I even made note of that in my report, that I said this to him, but it wasn't true.
Okay, so just to be clear, that was an investigative technique?
Correct.
And no evidence to believe that Nicholas Milanovich was a bad person or involved in any robberies?
No robberies, no.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to take a witness on voir dire.
Yes.
Did you lie to him?
I did.
And the state will not resume the deal.
Al hombre que mataron era la gente hablaba que era un hombre malo, que no andaba bien, que había lastimado a varias gentes. El detective quiere saber si tú oíste lo mismo. Pues casi no escuchaba de él porque eran pocas las gentes que conocían esos apartamentos. No tengo muchas que escuchaba de él, menos mal de la persona. I haven't heard anything about anybody there, good or bad, because I knew very little people. They're the apartment companies. I think they spoke Spanish, so they probably didn't have much interaction. Y él se ve también que ese hombre no hablaba en español, entonces no iba a mencionar eso. I think they were probably known in the neighborhood to sell illegal narcotics. Have you ever heard any rumors like that? Yo creo que los conocían en el barrio, en la vecindad, en esos apartamentos por vendiendo drogas. ¿Nunca hice tú eso? De ellos, de ellos venden, son los que... No, la verdad es que yo escuchaba que muchos carros paraban en esos apartamentos porque son dos, vivimos aquí y ellos estaban como este lado, que son dos, casi son los mismos pero están separados, o muchos carros entraban y salían, pero nunca puse atención a que iban a entrar. Pero en esos apartamentos? Sí. Because, to be honest, he knows they lived, the couple lived in the complex next door to him, right there. He goes, there was a lot of traffic, a lot of vehicular traffic that would come in and would head over to them, and I didn't know. So that caught us eso, te pusiste atención y viste que... Sí, porque como notaste. Sí, siempre llegaban carros y llegábamos y como estábamos cerca ahí, fuimos a bañar y siempre estaban 2 o 3 personas que iban, salían, entraban, salían. Yeah, he noticed that, and also there was a swimming pool there. So when we go to the swimming pool, we notice a lot of people on foot or go to the apartment and come out. Got it. Has he heard, when he was living there, did he or his girlfriend hear any rumors or anyone talk about who may have done that to them all the time? O incluso de ellos no jugaron y después de lo que pasó con la pareja, no hubo nunca, no se oyeron en la vecindad rumores como que pasó esto, es lo que pasó, es lo que hicieron, ¿no? Tocante a esas 2 personas de lo que les pasó. Pues, o por la razón que les pasó eso. Pues no, casi no pasaron caso, pues trabajamos mucho. Cuando llegamos, pues nomás los vecinos que escuchábamos decían, no, pues que nomás los asesinaron, pero no sé, que pasó una tragedia, pero no sé, porque nunca le puse más atención. We were hardly ever there because me and him were both working. He said, but we would hear from, I guess, neighbors would say there was a tragedy occurred, but there was no reason or rumor as far as to why it happened. Okay. And let him know that I'm very thankful that he's taken the time to speak with us today. And I want to show him some pictures. Primeramente, te agradezco mucho tu tiempo. Yo sé que tú sabes que cancelado, pero para salir a hablar con nosotros y te quiere enseñar unas fotos. ¿Cuántos años tienes? No sé, how old is it? 20. joven, muy joven.
Apenas soy 21 este año que viene.
¿Cuándo te las prestas? So, tell him that some people that live around there, when we did our canvas, I don't know how or why they suspected this, but they told us that we should look at the people that lived in his apartment or talk to them about what they knew about him. Él no sabe la razón por qué pasó lo que te voy a decir, pero te voy a decir. Cuando ellos, después que pasó la tragedia, empezaron a entrevistar a gente en los apartamentos ahí, y varias gentes les dijo al oficial y a otros, vayan a hablar con esas personas que viven en ese apartamento, de parte del apartamento tuyo y daron a la corte de la información. Esto, él no sabe por qué le dijeron eso, y por eso está aquí el contigo. And let him know that after that we made contact with Valerie, and we looked through the apartment. Después de eso, fueron comunicaron con Valerie y registraron el apartamento de Valerie y los dos. Tell you, this is a couple of the things that we found there. Esas son de las cosas que encontraron ahí en el apartamento. And ask him if he has seen them before, if he recognizes them, and if so, tell us what he knows about them. ¿Quién enseña esa foto? Si lo has visto antes, reconoces lo que estás viendo. Yes, he does. ¿Cómo lo
Esto, ese día que pasó eso,
the day that happened?
como el siguiente día, tercer día, fui a tirar basura a unos apartados, los nombres de la basura, se yo fui a tirar la basura allí.
Y voy despacito, no para.
Okay.
About 2 or 3 days after the tragedy, he went to go to the dumpster to dump trash.
Okay. Sobre esto estaba tirado en la basura, toda esta cajita.
That whole entire box, the box, was in the dumpster itself.
So yo la agarré y la llevé para adentro porque, eso.
I picked it up and I took it back to the apartment.
Which box?
Aquariano or the Aquariano box?
Todo esto estaba junto.
All that was together.
O sea,
Esto estaba en la caja.
sí, esto estaba en la caja.
These 2 things were inside the box.
Oh, the ammunition was in the box.
Las balas.
Sí, todas las balas estaban aquí dentro de esta caja.
Bueno, las balas estaban en esa caja y esta caja estaba aquí adentro. Okay, the bullets were inside the ammo box, and that box was inside the black box.
Y estaba tirado en la basura, so yo lo agarré y lo llevé para adentro, porque sabía que en una investigación o algo eso podría tener mucho que ver con lo que pasó.
He says he picked it up, but the reason he picked it up and retrieved it, took it back to the apartment, because he knew that in an investigation such as yours, that might be evidence.
Which dumpster did you find it in?
In Aquarian,
Basurero. Está por la casa de nosotros, ¿sabes? Hay dos basureros, está uno que está aquí de la casa y está el otro que está del otro lado del concepto. Son dos, está uno aquí.
Son dos en la parte.
Sí, son dos. Uno está aquí por los apartamentos de nosotros y el otro está a este lado donde pasó casi todo eso.
entonces el Aquarian, ¿estaba cerca de aquí?
No, en este que está aquí, le pasó todo eso.
He said there's only 2 dumpsters in the complex, and it's the dumpster that's nearest the murder scene. I got a pen for you if you want to draw it out too. Ahí tiene un mapa de los apartamentos. Entonces solamente tienen 2.
Sí, dos de frente, dos de frente.
So I think this is your apartment.
Okay.
¿Crees tú que es el tuyo?
Sí, no, sí, creo que sí. Sí, es la entrada.
Sí, this is the entrance.
Yes.
Sí, ahí la entrada.
Sí.
Does he agree with that?
¿Crees entonces es un apartamento? Yes, he does.
I
think this is where the people that got killed, ahí donde vienen los que mataron, okay? Okay, entonces, so, with using those as a reference, where is the dumpster?
Oh, hay uno aquí,
¿Dónde está? There's one here,
y el otro está por aquí así.
and the other one's just about right here. So there's one here. Más o menos ahí.
Is that accurate?
Yes, yes.
And then one back here, sí.
Yes. Which one did he find it
And
at?
este,
He found it out. This one. So, just out of curiosity, what caused you to look in that dumpster? ¿Por qué fuiste a ese?
porque pues ese día estábamos cocinando, cargué la basura y la fue a tirar. Y el de este lado estaba muy lleno.
That day they were, estabas cocinando en la cocina o fuera?
No, en la cocina.
They were cooking, and he had some trash to go, and he goes, this one was full.
So fue a tirar los dos, porque hay dos ahí en el otro de aquel lado, hay dos más, hay más para tirar más basura. Solo fue a tirar y eso estaba en la basura.
Okay, y fuiste a ese.
Sí, a veces.
Yeah, this one was full, so he went to the other one to go dump it, and that's when he found it in the trash.
That makes sense.
Sí, tiene razón, tío, eso está lleno.
How long after the murder did you find those?
¿Qué tanto tiempo después de lo que ocurrió en la tragedia encontraste la caja?
La verdad, como 4 días, creo, por 3, 4 días después.
He thinks about 3 or 4 days afterwards. 3 or 4 days.
Does he remember where he was or what he was doing the day that they were murdered?
¿Te acuerdas tú qué estaba haciendo el día que pasó la tragedia? ¿Dónde estaba?
Trabajando.
Working.
Where did he work?
¿Dónde trabajaba? Construction.
I mean, was there a place?
Hay un sitio donde estaba trabajando, como tú sabes,
Pues el señor como que trabajaba, pues trabaja en muchos lugares, nomás de casas, trabajando en casas, son diferentes cada semana.
the man he works with, he has different job sites, different houses he goes to, so different houses.
You don't remember which one he was at that day?
¿No te acuerdas en ese día exacto donde estabas?
La casa de elección no, pero era por allá por el 1604.
The actual address? No, but it was on near 1604.
Near 1604. Which, like the north end, south end, east, west end of 1604?
O sea, porque es un círculo, ¿no?
Sí.
Pero ¿dónde?
Pero era por el 1604 y el 10, por esa área de ahí.
Por el 10, 1604, 910. Pero, ¿el 10 para el este o el 10 para el este? Para el este, porque yo iba a Houston.
Sí, yo no contesto.
Ok, el 1604, 910, like going for Houston.
So on the east side.
Yes, sir. ¿Era casa o era negocio? ¿Tú sabes?
Casas.
Casa.
Es como una nueva colonia que está abriendo y pues vamos a hacer la construcción que necesitan y todo eso.
I was asking him if it was a business or a house. He said it's a house. It's a new subdivision that's going up.
What kind of construction does he do?
¿Qué tipo de construcción haces?
Paredes,
Does walls. ¿Como frame?
sí, frame, pero en cemento.
Oh, cement.
Sí.
Cement walls.
Sheetrock or like?
No, ya está el chiro y todo, nosotros llegamos y hacemos como esto, pero en cemento, nomás como para toda la pared de cemento, primero se telea con la tela y luego se echa cemento.
¿Y el sheetrock está por dentro?
Sí, el chiro queda por dentro. Es como una protección para el chiro.
Ok. So está delgadito el cemento, no está...
Depende, el cliente lo puede ser delgadito o grueso como los chiros.
He said the sheet, when you get to the sheetrock's already up, it's like a layer of cement that they put for protecting the sheetrock in the interior.
Okay.
So it depends, the thickness depends on what the client wants. It could be thin or it could be...
That's on the inside of the house.
¿Está dentro o afuera el cemento? ¿Cuándo lo pones?
Afuera del chiro.
Outside the sheetrock.
Pero puede ser afuera de la casa, todo alrededor de la casa, como pared, diseño, o adentro lo quiera hacer como un diseño de la cocina, como piedras o así.
Okay, it could be on the inside or the outside.
Okay.
¿No tienes niños, Stuart?
Todavía no.
Okay. No. use my calendar to see what day of the week that was.
Está buscando en su calendario a ver el día que fue. No la fecha, pues ya sabe la fecha, pero el día que era. Eso es.
So September the 30th of 2018 was a Sunday. So they would have been killed Sunday morning. Was it common for him to work on Sundays?
Septiembre 30 de 2018, cuando pasó la tragedia, era domingo. Entonces ellos fueron matados más o menos por la mañana.
Sí.
Septiembre 30, por la noche, o sea, de la mañana. Pero era domingo.
Sí, porque pues como yo trabajo de veces de lunes a domingo, de veces de lunes a sábado.
Sometimes work Monday to Sunday.
Ese día si salí en la tarde y pues comimos y en la mañana pues estaban las ambulancias, policías y todo cuando yo fui a trabajar también en la mañana.
El domingo.
El lunes.
Yeah. He said, well, he works those days, he would work on days, but it was that day, got home, had dinner, went to bed, woke up the next morning, going to work on a Monday, and he said the ambulance and the police were all over the place. Were already there.
Okay. Do you guys take DNA or you don't have kids?
We do. I don't know if at the time he was taking at the time. We were still ordering kids, so we still going to possibly learn how to do that.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, they might have some here actually that it's already done.
Okay. Would you ask him if that's something that has been done, if someone has taken his DNA and tell him that we recovered some items at the crime scene and so that we don't have to get the DNA from you guys, would he give us some DNA to try and clear him or identify him as a suspect?
¿Sabes qué? Tú que es DNA, ¿verdad? Como te toman tu saliva y o tu sangre para checarla por es como una huella digital, ¿entiendes? Cada quien tiene su propia DNA de la sangre o saliva. ¿Tú sabes si aquí ya te han metido algo en la boca para sacarte la saliva o...? Porque yo no te la hice, ¿verdad?
No, aquí, pues creo que sí.
Creo que es como una que te quita los oídos, algo así de ese tamaño, te la ponen en la boca y la tallan en una cosita de
No lo conecté, pero creo que sí, pues sí me checaron con el té, pero aquí no hay té, creo.
He thinks they did that here. I'm not sure about the test. Bueno, te pregunto eso porque cuando ellos registraron la casa donde pasó la tragedia, ahí encontraron unas cosas, ¿ok? Él quiere saber si tú estás dispuesto, si no te lo tomaron aquí, si estás dispuesto que te la tomen para verificar que tú no tienes nada que ver con eso, entonces, porque y si ya encontraron DNA en la casa y checan la tuya, pues no es igual, saben que no tienes nada que ver con eso. Y si tú estás dispuesto a prestar, a darnos tu DNA,
Sí.
yeah, he's willing to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Makes my job easier.
Hace el trabajo mucho más fácil.
Pues, just tell him it'll just take 2 seconds.
Se va a tardar 2 segundos. Te lo voy a hacer ahorita. Y no quiero que llore eso.
Pero no es que si no es abogado.
It's not an injection, is it? No.
This is so mine doesn't get mixed up with his.
Y la única razón que te pongo los guantes es para que lo ve, no se contamine, no se mixte como tuyo. Y lo que es, no saca la luz y te mete aquí. Ay, ya lo veis, ¿cómo se llama? YouTube, ¿qué le dicen? Es todo. Además, te va a estar aquí, eso no es nada.
Now we'll rub here and here.
Te abro la boca y los cachetes, correcto. Nomás te va a caer así, no va a doler, no te va a quitar el cuero, nomás es así.
see if we're gonna find out he has a bunch of little ones running around somewhere.
Dice que si, a lo mejor te está preguntando que si vamos a averiguar en el futuro que tienen hijos corriendo aquí en los Estados Unidos con eso, digo, sí. No, se está preguntando. No. Decía que te ves nervioso ahora porque va a tener niños, yo voy a tener hijos ahí. ¿Quién sabe cuándo? I'm just going to ask them, sir, for DNA and what that is. ¿Sabes qué DNA, verdad? Se dice nivel DNA, es cuando, como si solamente tengo niños que no se echaban, y no tienen nada. Un examen. Y con eso, con la saliva, sale tu. Es como una huella digital, cada persona es diferente. Por eso pregunta si vamos a encontrar, averiguar que tienes niños que corriendo ahí en un lugar atento.
Ya no lo sabes.
Yeah, you guys know. That's for kids, it's for kids.
We'll be on Jerry Springer's show. We asked him to lick that and seal it for me.
Para que no lo contamine, lo puedes lamer así y no cierra, lo puedes cerrar.
I signed that so that nobody can open it without.
La razón que lo firmó ahí donde se abre, se cierra para que nadie no pueda abrir sin saber lo que va a dar cuenta. Esto es lo tuyo. No permiso nosotros la nieguen a otra persona.
Just seal it in this double envelope.
También lo va a poner ese sobre.
It's always nice to hear when people who haven't done anything wrong cooperate.
Dice que siempre es muy agradable una persona que no ha hecho nada coopera. Gracias.
Well, I'm glad we have a reason why that stuff would be in there because that was a little concerning. But that makes perfect sense.
Estamos diciendo que tienes razón. Dices lo que hiciste, digo que no podías tirar la basura en este porque estaba lleno. Sí. Y fuiste al otro a tirar. Sí.
So, would you ask him if he has ever owned a gun or had one since he's been here?
Desde que ya te estuvo en los Estados Unidos, ¿has tenido un arma? ¿Nunca has tenido un arma? No, he's never had it. Since you got here, have you ever had one? No, I said, never had it.
When I spoke to Valerie, she said that he had one for protection. They thought they needed one to be set.
Cuando hablaron con Valerie le dijo, tenías una arma para protección. Sí, para mantener la seguridad en el apartamento.
No tengo armas. Creo que lo mejor es una que está, pero es de postas.
I don't have a gun, but maybe what you might be referring to is one, but it's a BB gun.
Because that conversation came up when we searched or looked through the apartment, we found a holster, and I asked her, and she said that they had a gun for protection, and those bullets went to that gun.
La razón que me pregunta de las armas, porque cuando registraron el apartamento de ustedes, encontraron consignas, pero no sé, ¿dónde hacen un arma? A ver, trae eso. ¿Qué trae algo? Una de estas. ¿Cómo son esas? Porta-armas. Encontraron eso. Eso no es de postas. Y le preguntaron a Garo y Garo dice que ahí donde tenía la pistola.
¿Alguien dijo eso o no?
Sí, Garo.
Ya, pero no tengo armas. Esa la encontré en un carro que compré un carro y venía en la speaker y cuando estaba grabando todo eso estaba en la caja de atrás.
You already said Valerie said that? No, it's not. No, that's not true. Oh, wait a minute. That one I found. ¿Compraste un carro?
Sí, claro, un carro usado. Sí, está usado.
How about a used car? And
top of it. Moves some stuff, put speakers in there, and he found this in the car. I haven't told him yet. She also said the bullets belong to that weapon.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Yeah, and I'm not sure why she would say that, because I know I didn't misunderstand her, because she made it a point to say that she was very uncomfortable with the gun being there, because she was still on paper. She didn't want to have to go back to jail. And she had discussed that with him, she said.
Lo que no tiene el oficial, digo, lo que entiende el oficial es que Barry le dijo muy claro, no había problemas entendiéndose uno al otro, que había una arma en esta, ¿verdad?, que era tuya, y que ella habló contigo tocante el arma en la casa, porque tú sabes que Barry tenía una historia con la policía, ¿verdad? Estaba, como dice en español, probation, ¿verdad? Entonces no quería problemas con la arma en la casa, y que habló contigo tocante el arma en la casa.
No sé por qué diría eso, yo a lo mejor estaba nerviosa, no sé.
I don't know why she would say that, maybe she was nervous.
Does he think it was her gun and she was lying to me so she wouldn't get in trouble?
¿Crees tú que es posible que la pistola era de ella y que ella le mintió al oficial para no meterse en problemas ella?
No, ella no tenía ganas, pero pues no sé por qué no tenía pistola. Pero, o sea, no sé por qué diría eso si no tenía una pistola y menos en la casa.
I don't know why she would say that. She didn't own a gun, even less so in the house.
Ask him if Valerie, if he thinks she's an honest person or if she lie a lot.
¿Crees tú que es honesta Valerie, o que le gusta o
Pues
dice mentiras?
durante estaba conmigo siempre ha sido honesta,
La verdad, como le llegaba y honest.
nunca ha mentido nada, no sé. O sea, me quedo de por qué diría eso, entonces a ver si no de nervios, confundió la posta, no sé.
Maybe she, I don't know why she would say that. Maybe she confused the BB gun with the gun, and she didn't own the gun.
Well, she said those bullets went to the gun.
También dijo Valerie que esas balas pertenecen a esa arma. Entonces no son postas, son esas balas que te enseñó el oficial en la foto, pertenecen a la arma.
No, ¿sí fue eso?
I don't think she said that. Did she really say that? Yeah.
Pero no tengo nada. Pues de hecho cuando me arrestaban, pues, si yo ya tenía acá, no quedó tiempo ni de esconderlo ni nada, ¿entiendes? Llegaron a la casa, checaron y pues no tenía nada de pistola.
I'm going to insert something here, but I'm going to tell you real quick. He's saying that if I had a gun, when you guys arrested me, I'm thinking it's from front to us, you guys would have found it there. I mean, I had no time to hide it or anything when you guys looked at my house. Never even seen it. No, we did not. Is it already going to make that point? Sure. Pero acuérdate, nosotros no entramos a la casa, ya estamos afuera en el carro.
Pues sí, pero a mí lo que me refiero es que
What I'm referring to is,
ya me encerraron, ¿entiendes? O ya no pude hacer nada, llegaron ellos, checaron la casa, pues todo estaba como antes.
what are you referring to? If you guys arrested me and brought me in here, then you detectives searched my house. There was no time to hide the gun if I had a gun. It doesn't make sense now.
Tell him I think I know why she told the truth.
El oficial cree que Valerie te dijo la verdad, y es la razón que le dijo la verdad.
When we talked to her, we searched her car and we found a backpack that had marijuana in it. And she was concerned that she was going to get in trouble for the marijuana. So she told us the truth so she wouldn't get in trouble.
La razón que el oficial cree que Valerie le dijo la verdad tocante al arma es porque cuando registraron el apartamento, también registraron el carro de Valerie y encontraron una bolsa con marihuana. Entonces, ella quiso meter muchos problemas con la marihuana y le dijo la verdad tocante.
Sí, pues la mucho era un poquito porque pues sí.
Pero y estaba en papel, digo,
Sí, estaba en papel. Pero fue ese día porque agarré, es una bolsa de herramientas para tatuar. Eran amigos, o lo agarré, pero pues estaba, él me dio con esa nota ahí, pero nunca lo metí adentro, nunca metí nada adentro. Esa era una tatuaje es una máquina con toda la herramienta para la mochila. Sí, la mochila, o sea, la mochila me la pasó un amigo con todo así como estaba. No, nomás era prestado porque pues de hecho me iba a hacer esto de aquí, según yo, pero...
A friend of his lent him a tattoo machine. It was in that bag. And marijuana was in that bag also, but I never took it inside the house.
Yeah, but it was in her car and she could potentially, she was in possession of it.
Ella estaba en posesión de la marihuana, porque estaba en el carro de ella. Entonces ella sabía cómo estaba en posesión de marihuana, porque estaba en el carro de ella, podía tener problemas. Y por eso dice el oficial que le dijo, la verdad, tocarte la arma.
No creo, a lo mejor se puso nervioso o algo y pues...
I don't think so. I'm thinking maybe she got nervous.
Makes sense. I have some pictures on my phone that I want to share.
Que te enseñan unas fotos que él tiene en su celular que tomó.
Tell him that whoever committed this murder broke into the house. And when they did, they had gloves on, and they tore one of the tips of the glove off. And it was recovered at the scene. And ask him if there's any chance that his DNA is going to be on the inside of this glove.
Vamos a ver, ¿ok? Dice, es un guante, ¿ok? Dice él que la persona que se metió, como así, la persona que se metió al apartamento, cuando se metió al apartamento, traía guantes. Un pedazo del guante se cortó y se le cayó, lo visto, él está separado del guante, se cayó y se quedó ahí. Y adentro hay DNA, lo que tomaron ahorita, ¿verdad? Y él quiere saber si hay chance que esa DNA es tuya.
No creo.
He doesn't think so. That's the exact words, I don't think so. Picture, una foto.
Ask him if he's ever owned or worn a pair of shoes like these.
Quiero saber si tú tienes un par así o si has tenido en el pasado un par de zapatos así.
Yo no uso tenis así, nomás uso como Jordan, nomás.
I don't use tennis shoes like that. I use Jordans.
To work in?
¿Trabajas en Jordans?
También. Pero para trabajar tengo como los zapatos amarillos, los de trabajo,
huellas de ese tipo de zapato que te está mostrando. Okay. Ask him if there are any shoes like that he had worn that will have his DNA inside them. Dice el pregunta es que si tú tienes unos zapatos casi así como esos que puede dejar that he has that right now, no, that he has ever had since he's been here. Que tienes, si nunca has tenido, la pregunta es si has tenido zapatos así como que te lo mostró él. No, nunca has tenido nada.
No, eso es así, no.
No, never. I'm going to show him a picture of shoes, and I'm going to ask you if he's ever seen those shoes, or if they will have his DNA. Te voy a enseñar una foto de zapatos, quieres saber si lo has visto antes esos zapatos. ¿Estás seguro?
Yeah, no me acuerdo de esos zapatos.
Yeah, I don't remember those shoes. I don't recall those shoes. Tell him there's a leaf, some leaves inside the shoes. Hay hojas adentro de los zapatos. ¿Ves la hoja? Es como de algo, la vista. Okay. Ahí sabe. Outside of the apartment where someone ran. The apartment is right here that was broken into, the window. And then somebody ran around this way and they fell down. These leaves are the same leaves inside that shoe. Esta foto, el apartamento estaba como acá, donde pasó la tragedia. Entonces la persona cuando salió del apartamento corriendo, ¿verdad? Él corrió y se cayó aquí, corrió por aquí, ¿verdad? Y se cayó aquí. Y estas hojas que están aquí son las hojas que encontraron en el zapato. ¿Okay? That's another picture of the shoes. Esta es otra foto de los mismos zapatos que te enseñó. ¿No lo conoces?
Pero la pregunta es, ¿esos zapatos los hallaron en mi casa?
I have a question. Are these shoes that you find in my apartment? Tell him I'm not in the interest of the case. I'm not going to tell him. I don't think it's a good idea to tell him where we found them. But what would he say if I told him I could prove these were his shoes? En interés del caso, dice que no cree que es buena idea que te diga dónde los encontró por los fotos. Pero, ¿qué vas a decir tú si él te dice que él cree o sabe de quién son esos zapatos?
Pues
Que son tuyos.
la mera verdad, pues hace rato que estoy aquí y no me acuerdo los zapatos que traía, que usaba en el trabajo, pero no me acuerdo si tenía unos zapatos así en la casa o no.
The truth is I've been here a very long time, and I can't remember exactly what shoes I had. So I can't really... it's possible those are his shoes? Entonces es posible que son tus zapatos.
No creo que sean esos míos porque pues tengo muchos ahí en la casa, de hecho ahí estaban todos los que tenía usando, pero...
I think those are mine. I have a lot of shoes.
Pero de hecho estaban todos los que yo uso, no me acuerdo que yo usaba un par de zapatos de esos.
But again, they're all in my apartment, so I just don't recall them. Tell him that we have, this is all his phone records, and I know exactly where he was at the time of the murder and right after the murder. Todo esto que ves aquí es la lista, son los archivos de tu celular, de las llamadas que hiciste, de las llamadas que recibiste y todo eso. Puede decirle dónde estuviste. Él sabe dónde estabas cuando pasó la tragedia, antes y después. ¿Ok? ¿Entiendes lo que te estoy diciendo? Okay. You understand that? Okay. And let him know that he wasn't at the house that he's referring to off 1604. Y sabe, cuando pasó la tragedia, el detective sabe que no estabas tú en el 1604 y en el 10.
Pero eso pasó en la noche, ¿no?
He said, did that happen at night? It was dark when it occurred, but it was bright as it was turning daylight. Estaba oscuro cuando ocurrió esto, pero ya estaba saliendo el sol. Ya iba a salir el sol.
Pues sí, porque, pero yo me acuerdo que en la mañana cuando volvíamos a trabajar, pasó todo eso, yo vi todas las ambulancias y todo, y pues estaban las personas ahí diciendo de que pasó algo, yo fui a ver a esa casa lo que había pasado, pero ya estaban como dos policías ahí, que botaban las ambulancias, pero sí fui a ver qué es lo que había pasado.
I remember that morning before I went to work that there were police officers there, so I did walk over there to see that había dos policías ahí.
Sí, estaba un carro de policía ahí.
There was one police car there already. That was before I went to work.
Right. But that doesn't explain why he didn't go to the location that you said he was at. He went somewhere else.
Pero no, de ahí para dónde fuiste. No fuiste a trabajar en el 604 y la 10. ¿Cómo estabas ahí? Porque lo dijiste que estabas ahí, ¿verdad?
Sí, pero en el día sí estaba trabajando.
During the day I was there.
En la noche obviamente no trabajo.
At night I don't work.
Pero el siguiente día también me fui a trabajar. La verdad, sí, yo sé que estaba trabajando para esa área, pero pues todos los días trabajaba. No me acuerdo exactamente dónde, pero sí sé que estaba trabajando en esa área.
But I don't remember exactly where I was working, but I was working in that area.
Tell him that he called someone, and according to phone records, their name was Melissa. And then the phone, we can track it, and he went to the address where she lived.
Ese día, ellos saben dónde estuviste y además que hiciste, como te dije, ese día le marcaste a una mujer que se llama Melissa.
Sí.
Y que después de esa llamada fuiste a donde estaba Melissa.
Okay. Bueno, ella es la mamá del muchacho que me prestó la máquina para tatuar todo eso, la mochila.
She is the mother of the guy who gave me the tattoo bag, the bag with the tattoo equipment.
Okay. Tell him it's very important that I speak with her. And when I went back to that house, she no longer lived there. Does he know how I can get in touch with her?
Dice que es muy importante que él hable con Melissa y que cuando él fue a buscarla a esa dirección que fuiste tú, ya no vive ahí. La pregunta es, ¿sabes dónde está viviendo Melissa ahorita?
No me puedo comunicar con ella.
I have not been able to communicate with her.
Okay. Does he remember what he spoke to her about? Because he called her right after the murder.
Tú le llamaste después de la tragedia, ¿verdad? Que ocurrió eso. ¿Te acuerdas tú de por qué le hablaste y de qué hablaban?
No me acuerdo, la verdad no me acuerdo de qué. Pero pues siempre le hablaba como para preguntarle por su hijo porque está encerrado.
I don't remember exactly.
O ella me hablaba diciéndome, no, pues mi hijo te mandó decir que le pusiera dinero o algo, cualquier cosa.
But I used to call her about her son because her son was locked up.
What's her son's name?
¿Cómo se llama el hijo?
Malakai
Arista.
Sí.
Arista. ¿Mica?
No, es de Pichano.
Malakai Arista. is he? And does he know how I can get a hold of him? ¿Cómo cuántos años tiene el Malaga?
Como 23.
He's 20, about 23. ¿Sabes cómo se puede comunicar el detective con Malaga?
No sé. Pues están cerrados, no sé en qué cárcel está.
Because I don't know. He's locked up. I don't know what jail he's in.
Pues de hecho, Melissa estaba trabajando en una tienda por el downtown del San Antonio, de la Commerce. Bueno, ahí estaba, por ahí en una tienda, ahí estaba trabajando ella, pues hace.
Just on Commerce and Melissa about a year ago was working at that store. Does she still work there? ¿Quieres que todavía se trabaja ahí?
Pues pueden ir a ver, pues yo tengo un año, no sé si se haya cambiado.
It's possible. It's been a year. I don't know if she's moved on. What is his relationship with Melissa? Is it a friend or is it romantic? ¿Qué es tu relación con
¿Nomás amigo?
no, Melissa?
Sí, Melissa nomás es
¿No es romántico nada así?
No.
No, just friends. Can you think of anything to ask you? After up to you, but well, when he said, I don't think so. Yeah, but yeah. Well, I have some more questions, but I was just wondering if there was any more information that you wanted to ask him about before we maybe get to the question. I'll do that. So. Tell him that I've been investigating this crime for over a year, and I've obtained or accumulated a lot of evidence. Tiene más que un año investigando este caso y que ya tiene mucha evidencia. Tell him the person that was killed was a very bad person. And let him know that I have no doubt that he was there at the murder. I just need to know a good reason, because this person that was killed has done a lot of things to a lot of people that would make it understandable why someone would feel the need or desire to kill him. And I need to know if this man has done something to him that I need to know about. La persona que mataron, porque fue una pareja, el hombre, okay, que mataron, era una persona mala, no era persona buena, okay. El oficial, de tanto investigar eso, te voy a decir la neta, ok, dice él no tiene duda que tú estuviste ahí, cuando ocurrió lo que pasó, ok, y dice, lo único que quiere saber él, como esta persona era persona mala, si había una razón por una persona hacerle lo que hizo al hombre, digo, no era persona buena. Entonces, si él te hizo algo a ti o hizo algo a otra persona, ¿me entiendes? Sí. Okay. Es lo que quiere saber él.
No me hizo nada, no tenía nada de problema con él.
No, he didn't do anything to me, I had no problem. Well, let him know that I have the evidence to prove that he did it. I just need to know if there's a good reason, because if he doesn't give us a good reason, he looks like a monster. La razón, él tiene suficiente evidencia para ponerte a ti ahí, que tú estuviste ahí, ¿ok? Él quiere saber la razón que pasó lo que pasó, porque si no tienes razón o si no le das razón, que lo hiciste por nada. ¿Entiendes?
Sí. Pues no tengo una razón por qué, pero, o sea, ellos sí, pues vendían mucha droga y todo, pero no, o sea, no tengo un motivo por qué.
Yeah, I sold a lot of drugs, maybe, but I had no motive. Those were exact words.
If he knows that he sold a lot of drugs, that alone gives motive.
Dice que si tú sabías que él vendía mucha droga o se oía que él vendía mucha droga, ese es el motivo.
Sí, pero pues no tengo envidia contra él, porque no vendía drogas para tener envidia, eso.
I had no envy of him. I mean, I didn't sell drugs or anything. I had no envy of this guy.
Yeah, tell him I have much more evidence that I'm not willing to share, but I can prove that he is responsible. I just want to give him the opportunity to explain why this may have happened, if there's a good reason.
Él tiene mucha más evidencia que lo que ha dicho, pero la tiene. Y otra vez, lo que quiere saber es una razón buena, que quiere saber tu historia, por qué pasó lo que pasó. Porque él quiere saber lo que estabas pensando, ¿entiendes? Cuando pasó lo que pasó. Si tenías razón, él ya la tiene, pero quiere oír tu lado de la historia. Como te dije anteriormente, te ves como un monstruo si no tenías razón, si no lo hiciste por nada. Okay.
Pues no tengo ninguna razón. No tengo, o sea, no. Estoy sin palabras prácticamente, o sea.
I have no reason. I'm speechless right now. Anything else? Do you have any questions for me? ¿Tienes preguntas para el oficial?
No, ahorita no.
This one now.
Tell him I'm really sorry that this has happened.
¿Entiendes lo que digo? Sentimos mal que eso está pasando.
Okay.
And I would like to be able to explain to her parents, the guy's parents,
Why this occurred. Él quisiera poder darle una explicación a los padres de la señora, de la niña, de la muchacha, y a los padres del muchacho lo que pasó. Él quisiera darle razón a los dos.
does he have any explanation explain any of this that we've discussed? How his DNA could be in the shoes, how those shoes could have left the imprint in the apartment, how his DNA could be on the inside of the glove that tore as he was breaking into the window. Just let you know that we have very good evidence. It's not a question of whether or not he did it. We're just trying to figure out if there may have been a good reason. He will have to answer for what he did, but if there's a good reason, sometimes it's the difference in being put to death or life in prison or
30 years in prison instead of life. Tiene mucha evidencia y dice, tiene que haber explicación, por ejemplo, él no tiene duda quién fue, ¿verdad? Dice que el DNA, y ya te expliqué lo que es, ¿verdad? En el zapato, el DNA de los guantes, van a ver el resultado, lo van a mandar a laboratorio para ver el resultado. Él no tiene duda de quién fue que lo ocurrió, tiene suficiente evidencia. La única cuestión es cuando una persona como se da de culpable y dice la verdad, le va mucho más bien en la corte. Él puede hacer la diferencia entre que lo manden a la muerte, que lo manden a la cárcel por vida, por 30 años. Hay diferencia en la persona que dice lo que pasó, la verdad. ¿Entiendes? ¿No crees tú que hay posibilidad que van a encontrar tu DNA en el zapato o en el guante?
No tengo razón de decir que sí, pero, o sea, si fuera así, ¿qué pasara?
I was going to answer, but I want to tell you what you said first. I told him what you said. The last thing I said, is there any reason why your DNA, once you sent it off to the laboratory, would be in that shoe and that glove? And he said, well, what would happen to me if there was DNA in the glove? And that was an answer, but that was the answer, but I wanted to let you answer that. And I'll transfer it. So he wants to know what would happen if his DNA is in that shoe and the glove. Well, let him know that it's up for a jury to decide what happens to him. It's been my experience that when people are remorseful and they take responsibility, juries feel like they may have learned their lesson and they are not as hard on them. But when people don't take responsibility and they lie, juries often feel like the person hasn't learned anything and they tend to be harder on them for more punishment to instill the lesson. Dice que la decisión va a ser hecha por el proceso. Vamos a asegurar que esto de en el guante. El autor dice de Jilson. La decisión en lo que te va a pasar o la sentencia es un jurado, ¿verdad? Porque el oficial y yo no podemos hacer la decisión que eres culpable. El jurado de, ¿sabes qué es verdad? Cuando vas a la corte y hay una gente sentada y ellos van a determinar la evidencia, van a ver la evidencia, la van a investigar y van a decir es culpable o no es culpable. Okay. Él ha visto en su experiencia de tantos años de ser policía, detective, que en un jurado cuando alguien se da de culpable y dice, pues sí, por favor perdónenme, fui yo, lo que sea, ven que son un poquito más, no tan fuertes en la sentencia, ¿verdad? Pero cuando ven a una persona que no se da de culpable y dice, como que no enseña, no muestra que quieren que lo perdone porque hizo algo mal, cuando echa mentiras, él ya ha visto en su experiencia que le dan un poquito más fuerte a la sentencia. ¿Me entiendes lo que digo?
Sí,
a ver, haz tu pregunta, si no lo que no entiendes.
So, si cuando uno no se culpable de lo que está pasando, so, ¿qué es lo que pasa, lo que puede pasar?
No, por ejemplo, si alguien no se da culpable, pero la evidencia, I'm sorry, keep asking me, what if somebody doesn't, he wants me to reiterate, if somebody doesn't say he's guilty, and I'm going to tell him that, well, what I'm about to tell him is that it's going to be up to the jury, but if the evidence is against that person, and they have him, because of the evidence, and he lies, remorse, then they may go a little bit harsher on him. So he just asked me again, so I'm reiterating. Joey, what? Go ahead and join that, and then y tu pregunta es si esa persona no sabe culpable, pero la evidencia está contra él. Por ejemplo, la nena, alguien lo vio ahí, o está en cámara, un video que lo vio. Estoy dando un ejemplo, ¿ok? Y en el jurado, la gente que va a determinar si la persona va a ir a la cárcel o no y por cuánto tiempo, si lo ve en la cámara que lo hizo, que hizo el delito, todo eso, y la persona dice, no fui yo, está haciendo mentira, ¿verdad? Porque lo vieron. Entonces, las personas que van a determinar si es culpable o no, lo van a ver culpable, ¿verdad? Y van a pensar, este es mentiroso. No está enseñando nada de lo que hizo, a lo mejor pensó que estaba bien, digo, no está engañando, no le dolió lo que hizo, no le importa, y eso siempre lo miedo. Pero si una persona se da de culpable, porque en realidad lo hizo, ¿ok? En realidad lo hizo. Entonces, las personas que van a determinar si la persona va a ir a la cárcel o cuánto tiempo le van a dar, van a ver cuando esta persona pues, se siente mal porque pasó un error y lo está mintiendo y se siente mal. Entonces, es posible que la gente diga, bueno, no le vamos a dar tanto tiempo. Porque mira cómo está ahorita. Lo está diciendo la verdad.
Ya. Sí entiendo eso. Pero otra cosa. Ok, pues vamos a hacer algo bien. Está bien, supongo que pues tal vez tuvo algo que ver ahí.
Let's suppose I had something to do with it.
Ok, pero supongamos que alguien, o sea, digamos lo que es, que alguien tal vez...
Let's pause there for the record, Detective. At 1700 hours, 35 minutes, 31 seconds. Fair to say that up to this point, it's been about an hour and 20 minutes into the interrogation, into the interview. Fair to say that the defendant up to this point has denied, right?
Yes.
In fact, he's come up with explanations as to why that holster might be there, why those bullets might be there, right?
Right.
And now, I believe, we're going to experience a change in the conversation. And what I believe he just told Agent Ibarra that translated is, let's suppose I had something to do with it. Right?
Right.
Would you characterize that as a change in the conversation?
Yes.
Okay, let's play it from here on.
Dijo que o sea, me obligó que lo hiciera o algo así. ¿Qué pasa sobre eso?
Let's say somebody obligated me to do it. What happens then? It's hard for me to answer that without more of the details of what he's referring to, but just let him know I have lots more evidence. I am 100%, and I'm going to show him some more just so that he knows I'm being honest with him. I'm going to show him another piece or two of evidence, but I even have more beyond that. So it's not a question of whether he did or not. The question is one. Es muy difícil para contestar la pregunta de Jilson que me hiciste a mí, porque no sé los detalles de lo que quiere decir. ¿Okay? Pero él me dijo, dile a él que me diga que yo le voy a enseñar, él te va a mostrar otro caso de evidencia. Dice, él está 100% seguro que tú lo hiciste, ¿okay? Que estuviste ahí. Y dice, lo que le voy a enseñar, tengo mucho más evidencia sobre eso. Entonces, como que ya te tiene, pero si tú quieres decirle lo que le quiere decir, está bien. No te puede contestar la pregunta sin más detalles. Okay. ¿Y qué me vas a decir?
Quiero ver lo que tiene.
He would like to know, he would like to see what you said. Okay. Right. Tell him we have a pair of gloves that I can prove he had on. was with the clothes he was wearing when it occurred. And this part of the glove was found at the scene. Both of them, I can prove that he was wearing them. And I'll show you the pictures and tell him I know that he didn't find that in the dumpster and that the ammo wasn't in the lockbox. This was in the lockbox and I can prove that he touched it. Dice, te voy a enseñar la foto, pero uno ya la viste ahorita, es el guante, ¿ok? Fíjate. Él tiene prueba que utilizaste esos guantes y que la arena que está en esos guantes es tuya. Especialmente en ese pedacito, todo está ahí, ¿ok? ¿Ok? Él también sabe que esa caja encontraste no encontraste la basura, ¿ok? Y también, we're going to show the little pile or whatever. Y eso estaba en la caja que encontraste tú, porque la negra, y que tus huellas digitales también en eso también. And this belongs to her. Esa medicina era mía. So, tell him the truth. Quieres saber la verdad oficial. There's even more evidence than this. Tiene más evidencia que eso. And again, I'm sorry, but that is the fact. ¿Sabes? Disculpa, pero es la realidad, ya tienes la evidencia, todo eso ocurrió.
Ya, pues una pregunta ya bien. ¿Ellos están seguros que fui yo?
He's got a question. Are you sure it was him? Is the detective sure it was me? Absolutely, or I wouldn't be here. 100% si no estuviera aquí.
Me pregunta sobre eso, ¿qué pasaría si alguien estaba conmigo, alguien me dijo que lo hicieran y estaba conmigo en ese lugar?
¿Y te obligó? ¿Quieres saber qué pasaría?
Sí, eso es lo que quiero saber yo. ¿Qué pasaría?
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you because you asked me to ask you. What if somebody was there with me and obligated me to do it? What would happen then? Did he fear for his life if he didn't? ¿Tenías miedo que algo te iba a pasar a ti si no lo hacías?
Sí.
Yes.
That could change things.
Puede cambiar las cosas.
¿Qué tanto puede cambiar?
How much would that change? How much would things change?
I can't answer because I don't know what the other person did or what the circumstances were. I would have to hear the circumstances to know.
La verdad es que no te puede contestar preguntas sin saber cómo te obligó, qué pasó, qué ocurrió entre ustedes dos, porque no te puede contestar. ¿Verdad? Necesitamos detalles, necesitamos más detalles.
Ok, so, esa persona es una persona que pienso que está muy buscada por la ley.
Okay, I'll start off. You said that Melissa is a person who's very wanted by the law. Okay.
Pues, porque ella sí vende mucha droga.
She's a lot of drugs.
Pues, tiene muchos problemas con todos.
She's a lot of problems with everybody.
Y, pues, de hecho, si ella dice que uno haga algo y no lo hace, pues, manda a otras personas que le hagan algo a uno.
For example, if she were to tell somebody to do something and you don't do it, she would send other people to hurt you. Okay.
So, ¿qué pasaría en eso si ella tiene algo que ver ahí?
What if she had something to do with it?
What is Melissa's last name? Does he know her last name?
¿Cómo se pide Melissa?
Pues de hecho ella usa muchos nombres.
She uses a lot of names.
Pero una vez vi su ID.
One day I saw her ID.
Decía Melissa Avelar-Rodriguez, creo. Algo así, Melissa Avelar-Rodriguez.
I believe her name on the ID was Melissa Angela Arista. How old is she? Como cuántos años tiene?
Como de 40 años, creo.
Around 40. What color hair does she have? How tall is she? What is she wearing? ¿Color de pelo tiene?
Es pelo chino, como enrollada, chino.
Curly. ¿Qué color?
Negro.
Black curly hair.
Pero siempre se lo están pintando.
She's always dying. ¿Cuánto pesa? ¿Cómo se mira? ¿Qué?
Está gordita.
She's kind of
Es
chubby.
blanca y es alta.
She's white, fair skinned, and she's tall. And do you say heavy or thin or? She said chubby. Chubby, yeah. How did Melissa know the people that got killed? ¿Cómo conocía a Melissa, a las personas que murieron?
Porque ya ven muchas drogas y andan en todos lados.
She's in a lot of drugs and she's always into things. So she had drug connections with these people? ¿Crees tú que tenía conexiones de droga con estas personas?
Yo sí,
¿Cómo?
pienso que sí.
He thinks so. So how did she present this, how did she compel him to do this? ¿Cómo te obligó? ¿Cómo te lo presentó? ¿Cómo pasó lo que hizo?
Es que es algo como, no quiero decir algo porque qué si ella se entera de que yo estoy diciendo algo.
I don't want to say anything because what if she finds out I'm talking to you that I said something? Well, if he can't tell me where to find her, I'm not sure where she's at. Si no le dices cosas a él, para poder encontrarla, ¿verdad? Lo que te pasó a ustedes dos, no lo vamos a poder encontrar, ¿entiendes? Entonces, te necesito a ti que digas los detalles.
Porque eso, ella, pues creo que sí tenía comunicación con ellos y pues no estaban muy asociados. No, o sea, no sé si él le debía dinero o ella, no sé qué tenían entre ellos.
I believe they knew each other, but I don't know what was going on between them, whether he owed her money or not.
So, pues ella tiene otras personas, no sé quiénes son, y pues ese día ella mandó a que pasara algo con esta pareja.
She has other people that I don't know who do things for her, but ese día ella mandó a personas.
Sí.
That day she sent people to go que hicieran daño a ellos.
Sí.
To go do harm to these people. Okay.
Ok, pues yo sé que ellos están seguros que tuve mucho que ver en eso. Yo sé que están seguros de que tuve muy buenas ahí. Pues no puedo decir que no cuando sé que ya los tienen. So, pues mi error fue porque como yo sé, pues trabajo en construcción, sé quitar ventanas, sé hacerlo eso, pues yo cometí el error en ayudarlos a hacer eso.
He says that he has no doubt that you have him there at the scene. He says, since I'm in construction, I kind of know how to do things, so I was there to remove a window for the other people. That makes sense. Tiene razón, digo, ¿me entiendes?
Nada más que pues es mi primera vez en esto, estoy confundido, estoy nervioso, no sé, pues.
I'm very nervous. This is my first time in everything, involved in this. I understand. I entiende. Well, it's hard to know what to do sometimes when you feel like your life's in danger. A veces es muy difícil saber qué hacer cuando estás obligado porque tienes miedo de lo que puede pasar, ¿verdad?
Sí, también pues decir algo o le encuentren a ella y pues, no sé, y pues salga ella y luego pues me haga algo.
Yeah, it's kind of for me to say something and, I don't know if, she gets caught or she gets released. And, well, his choices are to be responsible for all of it or to prove that somebody else threatened him and coerced him to do this. Tiene dos opciones. Tomar responsabilidad por todo, tú solito. O decir la verdad, que había otros involucrados en eso. Tú no vas a tomar toda la responsabilidad, ¿me entiendes?
¿Qué es lo diferente o en qué me ayuda a mí? Pues,
And what's the difference? How does that help me out as far as me by myself or the other part of it? Is what he's trying to say. Well, estar en el lado de la verdad. And if the truth is someone else told you to do this, or they were going to harm you, that relieves you of a lot of the burden. Si la verdad es que alguien te obligó o te amenazó, y eso es la verdad, si es la realidad, entonces eso como que afloja un poco tu responsabilidad, porque hubo otra persona que te amenazó, tu vida, tu familia, algo, o te obligó. Y es la verdad. If he acted alone, then he's 100% responsible for two people's death. Y si tú fuiste solo, acuérdate de esto, si tú eres responsable por todo, tú solo vas a ser responsable por la muerte de dos personas, tú solito.
¿Los dos murieron?
Two won't die, he'd ask me a question. Los dos. And we know that he went inside because his shoes made prints inside. El departamento porque tu zapato dejaron una huella en el sofá. Fue en el piso, pero una huella de tu zapato. Entonces saben que está escrita adentro.
Solo una huella de estos zapatos se encontraron.
Did you only find one footprint of that shoe? No.
Muchos más.
More prints? Sí.
Pero del mismo zapato o diferentes zapatos.
But the same shoe? Well, right and left. Y de hecho, el pie izquierdo.
Pero viene siendo del mismo zapato.
So those have to be from the same shoe then? Yes, sí. There's no evidence that shows multiple people went inside. Que no hay evidencia para mostrar que fueron varias personas que entraron al apartamento. Jilson, por favor.
La verdad, me estoy nervioso, no tengo ni palabras.
The truth, I'm very nervous. I don't come speechless. Well, it's a lot to take in. Es mucho que observar.
Yo soy me llama.
But the only decision he has to make is whether he chooses to be honest or he chooses to continue to be dishonest with us. La única decisión que tienes que hacer es si quieres ser honesto con nosotros y con la verdad. O no. Es la única decisión que tienes.
Siempre voy a ir a la cárcel. Siempre me van a mover para la cárcel o...
In the end, you guys are going to move to jail. In the end, we're going to move him to a jail. Put him to jail. Yes. Sí.
Sí.
Pero como te expliqué y dijo el detective, hay diferencia en el tiempo que va a estar. I know I told him it was yes, like you said, but there would be a difference in how much time depending. It might be. Yes, we can't speak for the jury. Y es posible. Podemos hablar por el jurado lo que va a pasar. Pero sí va a ir a la cárcel, pero no sabemos qué va a pasar, ¿verdad? Porque no somos el jurado.
La verdad sí necesito pensar en esto.
The truth is that I need to think about this. Well, typically, when we take a statement, we don't reveal our evidence and then allow people to think about how they can make their story fit the evidence. So this is this time. No es típico que detectives durante una investigación le den la evidencia al acusado o al sospechoso y que digan, eso es todo lo que tenemos contra ti, y después darle tiempo para que piense ay, pues tú sabes de su historia lo que va a decir, que tu tiempo es ahorita, tienes lo que digo.
So no tengo más tiempo.
So I don't have more time. The only other time that he's going to have will be in court, and his attorney is more than likely not going to allow him to talk. El único otro tiempo que va a tener para esto es cuando esté en court, para expor ese delito. Okay? Y en ese tiempo es posible que tengas abogado, y en ese tiempo el abogado es posible que no te deje platicar, te deje hablar, pero ya vas a estar en court, ya vas a estar en court.
¿Y cuánto tiempo tengo para la corte?
You know how long I have for the court? I really don't. I'm going to, when I get back to San Antonio, I'm going to get the arrest warrant. Let him know that this is capital murder, which means it's a murder with aggravating factors. And the aggravating factors, several things. It's multiple people were killed, and he committed another felony in the act of murder. He burglarized, he committed a burglary. And for those reasons, he could be put to death. No te puedo contestar esa pregunta, ¿ok? Ahorita no te lo puedo contestar. Pero él va a regresar a San Antonio cuando regrese, porque vamos a ir ahorita. Cuando regrese a San Antonio, él va a ir con el juez y va a sacar una orden de arresto por ti. ¿Okay? El delito, en inglés se dice capital murder, que es homicidio capital. ¿Okay? Y en esos delitos es posible la muerte. Que cuando haya una persona culpable en un homicidio capital, es posible que le den la muerte a esa persona, porque fue una felonía agravada. Esa persona se metió al apartamento, no solo mató a dos personas, pero también robó del apartamento. Es otra felonía. Usó arma. Entonces, es homicidio capital. Puede con esa persona, lo pueden hallar culpable y mandarlo a la muerte.
Si esta persona será culpable,
And what if that person pleads guilty? Involved with you? La otra persona que tú dices que fue que fue contigo, o está hablando de
que está involucrada en eso.
the other person who's involved in this? La otra persona.
Sí.
Well, again, I can't speak for a jury. Él no puede hablar por el juzgado, porque tú sabes ahí la determinación si eres culpable o no, y la sentencia no la hace él, no la hago yo, la hace las personas que están sentadas ahí en la cajita, las 12 personas que te van a juzgar. Let you know that, you know, we can't undo what's happened. No podemos cambiar lo que pasó. Can't unscramble eggs. No podemos, los huevos revueltos no los podemos poner otra vez en la cáscara, ¿verdad? But we can try and make the best of the situation that exists now. Pero podemos hacer lo mejor con lo que tenemos ahorita. I would like to be able to go to her family and tell them what happened, and that he understands his mistake and took responsibility for it. And I would like to be able to do that for the young man that was killed, so that it will help the family have closure. Quisiera regresar a la familia, cuando llegué a regresar a San Antonio, para decirles lo que ocurrió, ¿verdad? Para darle a las familias de la señora y del muchacho, darles para que se calmen, tranquilidad en lo que pasó, y que la persona que está acusada de hacer esto, que pide perdón. And I know that he's got to feel, you know, he's been carrying this burden. He's got to feel it. ¿Estás seguro de que tienes que sentir ese peso en tus hombros? de traer todo esto adentro de ti todo este tiempo.
Do you have a picture?
Yes, I do. Before I take it out, anything you want to say so I can show you?
Well, are you religious? Do you believe in God?
¿Religioso crees en Dios?
Yes. Does his family, was he raised to believe in God?
¿Y tu familia también fuiste creado para que crees en Dios?
What would his mother tell him to do in a situation like this?
¿Quién crees que esta persona la conoces?
¿Quién es?
Mi madre.
Tu madre. ¿Qué crees que hubiera dicho en este caso, amigo? ¿Cómo está el Señor?
And even though you've made a mistake, you can try and make it right. We can't bring them back, but your family could be proud that you took responsibility.
Cometiste un error. Todos cometimos errores. Pero tu familia puede estar orgullosa sabiendo que en el fin hiciste la verdad. Tomaste responsabilidad por lo que hiciste.
And you'll feel the weight lifted off of you.
Y vas a sentir ese peso que ahorita lo están así, ese peso que traes adentro de ti, se te va a ir.
And I know he has to feel it because his family raised him right.
Y él sabe, por supuesto, ese peso porque tu familia te crió bien.
Ok, so, ¿qué necesita que le diga?
Okay, what would you like me to tell you?
Tell me why he did it.
¿Por qué lo hiciste?
Esta persona, Melissa, me dijo, yo estaba hablando con ella, pero ella vende muchas drogas, mucho eso, tenía comunicación con ellos, no sé qué relación tenían. So, me dijo que pues esa persona tenía problemas, tenía mucha droga y pues estaba como ganando el lugar a ella.
Estaba quitando el lugar.
Sí, estaba quitando el lugar a
She
ella.
was associated with these people somehow who were selling drugs, and that she told them that these people were, in a way, like taking over.
Like taking business from us?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
So, esa vez hablé con ella y me estaba diciendo de que quería que yo hiciera algo a esa persona.
And I was talking to Melissa said she wanted to do something with these people.
Y ya estaba, me lo había hecho como 2 veces
She
y
told me about 2 times.
no le quise hacer caso, le dije no, porque no puedo hacer eso.
I didn't listen to her. I said, I can't do that. I don't
Y
want to.
pues me obligó y me dijo no, pues lo vas a hacer porque si no, pues yo voy a mandar a que te hagan algo a ti.
So she obligated me by telling me, well, you're going to do it. I'm going to send people to do something to you.
What did he take that to mean?
¿Y tú cómo pensaste que te estaba amenazando?
Sí, porque la verdad, pues si yo no lo hago, yo sé que ya tiene bastantes personas que andan golpeando gente con armas y todo.
Yeah, I felt threatened because I know she's got a lot of people who would threaten other people or doing other stuff to people with weapons.
Vende drogas, tiene bastante gente de que pues
I mean, she sells drugs. She knows a lot of people she can reach out to.
Does he know the identity of who any of those people are that do these things for her?
¿Sabes el nombre o descripción de esas personas que trabajan por ella, que hacen estas cosas por ella?
la verdad no.
No,
O sea, nunca estuve con ella para ver todas esas personas, pero
I was never with her to see these people.
a veces que iba a su casa, pues miraba a todas las personas que llegaban, le llevaban dinero, o le llevaban drogas o algo.
Sometimes when I was at her house, I see these people arrive with money and drugs.
Y por eso ella nunca estaba en un lugar, siempre se andaba cambiando de casa.
And that's why she was never in one place. She would always be moving around from place to place.
Are these people like from the U.S. or are these people part of a cartel like in Mexico, or what does he know about them?
¿Qué saben estas personas? ¿Son como carteles de México o son de aquí o...?
Pues lo que yo sé, lo que yo he visto, creo que tiene un hijo, no sé, está con los tango o algo así.
Los tacos. And she has one son with the tangos.
Y pues ella está con ellos y luego también
She did with them.
el papá de un hijo de ella que está encerrado está en la Mexican Mafia.
El papá,
El esposo de ella, el ex esposo de ella.
her ex-husband is Mexican Mafia. ¿Y él está en la cárcel ahorita?
No, él está en México.
¿Quién?
El señor.
The Mexican Mafia guy, her ex-husband is in Mexico now.
Entonces, ella tiene conectes con los demás de esos cárteles.
So I believe she has connection down there with the cartels. Por el esposo.
Por el esposo y los
The ex-husband.
Does he know the ex-husband's name?
¿Tú sabes el nombre del ex de ella?
La verdad no sé de ella porque nunca me hablaba de eso. Nada más lo que yo sé es porque lo escuchaba hablar.
Okay, I don't know him, I've never seen him. Nunca lo he visto, ¿verdad?
No lo vi.
I would hear her speak about him, but that's it.
Makes sense.
Okay. Soy bien.
Pero como también tengo miedo de lo que estoy diciendo y luego pues ella tiene la oportunidad de decirle a alguien que yo dije lo que estoy diciendo.
I'm scared that she finds out now. I'm telling you guys this, and then something else.
I won't tell.
No, ella no va a saber.
Aunque
Okay.
pues sí, ella pues me dijo esa vez que sí, que tenía unas personas en esos apartamentos que querían que yo les hiciera algo, que obviamente lo que pasó, luego pues no quería, le dije que no, me dijo sí, lo vas a hacer, porque si no, pues te voy a mandar a ti, que te lo hagan a ti.
He told me I do have those people in that apartment that I want you to do something to, and he said no, and she said, well, if I can have people come and do something to you.
De hecho, yo pienso que las llamadas deben estar grabadas en mi teléfono, lo que ella estaba diciendo.
He goes, for sure that if you have myself, if those phone calls are recorded, you'll know this was correct.
Ya, pues esa vez, pues ella llegó al apartamento, estaba en una lavandería y llegó a decir, porque ella tiene una lavandería, llegó y me dijo que lo hiciera.
Okay. Ese día, el domingo.
Sí, como si el sábado o el domingo llegó ella y me dijo que tenía que hacerlo, que nomás tenía 3 días para hacerlo.
Pero ese mismo día.
Sí.
Okay, so that day of the murder, Melissa went to the complex and said, you have to do it. You have to do it. Te dijo, tienes que hacer ahorita.
Sí.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she told you guys, ¿tienes hasta 3 días?
Sí, lo más que te doy 3 días nomás, tienes tiempo contado.
I'm going to give you only 3 days to do this in. Remember, you only have 3 days.
Ya, pues esa vez, dije yo, no, pues quiero a mi familia, que no sé, me llené de nervios y pues me tuve que cometer ese error.
Yeah, I love Valerie and I have family, so I had to commit that error.
Has he observed her or any of her people injure or kill anyone else?
¿Has observado tú en el pasado a Vanessa o a la gente con la que trabaja por ella hiriendo o matando a otras personas?
Una vez nomás vi unas personas que llegaron cuando ella estaba trabajando en esa tienda, llegaron a comprar como drogas a ella y ella como que no le pagó, habló a otras personas y llegaron y lo golpearon, de hecho como que lo balearon en sus piernas en esa tienda.
¿Lo balacearon?
Sí.
¿En esa tienda?
En esa tienda.
¿Tú lo viste?
Sí, yo estaba en mi carro cuando vi que pues llegaron una troca, se bajaron y lo balacearon en sus piernas. Yo desde esa vez pues tuve miedo de que me hicieran lo mismo a mí.
At one point, on one occasion, he went to go visit her at where she works at a store, and he was waiting outside in her car when a man showed up, allegedly was drug related, to speak to her, and allegedly didn't pay her the money or owe her money. So she made a phone call while the guy was there. Several people showed up. They shot him in the legs.
And that was by her store?
Y eso fue adentro de la tienda.
Afuera de la tienda.
Yes, that was outside the store.
So I can verify that by police report?
So pueden verificar eso por ser de reporte de policía.
Tiene que estar un reporte de la
There
tienda.
has to be a police report.
About when was this? What year and month?
Más o menos cuándo ocurrió eso, el día de la
El mismo año de que me encerraron,
The same year that we locked them up.
pero no me recuerdo la fecha y el día exacto.
I do not remember the date, or the date or the day.
So it would have been before he was locked up.
Antes de que you saw it.
Sí, mucho antes.
¿Y tú lo viste?
Sí.
Does he know if there's
video cameras at the store she works at? ¿Sabes si hay grabadoras ahí en la tienda?
Sí tiene cámaras, pero no sé si el señor tenga cámaras afuera. Y también el señor le trabaja mucho a ella porque el señor de la tienda le da trabajo, pero él sabe cuántas personas llegan y compran drogas ahí en la tienda y les da, nunca ha hecho nada.
There are some cameras inside the store, but it's happened outside. I don't know if there's cameras outside. Also, however, because the owner knows what she's doing, the owner of the store knows what she's doing. Covers for her. Does she sell drugs at the store? In the store? ¿Vende drogas en la tienda de ella?
Sí,
Yes.
siempre ha venido ahí.
She always sold there. What kind of drugs? ¿Qué tipo de drogas?
Pues no sé mucho de drogas, lo que yo miraba era, como me decía, black, como heroína.
I don't know too much about drugs, but they say something about black heroin.
Y pues coca y ya era todo lo que daba.
And ice.
Y de hecho, pues yo cuando una vez llegué a su casa y ella salió, busqué en su cartera y tenía pues su ID y pues ese era su nombre, Melissa Mara Calladista. Y pues según la han buscado mucho también ella por eso, por lo mismo, por drogas y todo eso.
There was one time I was at her house, I happened to go through her purse and I found her ID. And I know she'd be, and I saw her name, Maria,
Elisa. Ángela.
Maria Clarista was on the ID, and I know that she wanted. Would you go back and ask him now that the truth has come out? Does he still stick with his story that Valerie wasn't honest with us? That she was? Oh, wasn't? Sorry. Yeah, he said that what she told us wasn't true. Oh, okay. Ahora que estás conmigo con la verdad, y gracias por eso, ¿verdad? Gracias. Ahora que estás con la verdad, ¿todavía mantienes tú que Valerie, tu novia, los dijo la verdad o lo mintió tocante de los que hablamos, de todo esto?
De la arma y eso, sí tuvo la verdad. Sí, hacía la verdad. Sí, porque
she spoke the truth.
Ella no tiene nada que ver en esto,
She had nothing to do with this.
Pues ella siempre tuvo miedo en lo que yo iba a hacer y ella me dijo una vez, ella nunca supo lo que yo iba a hacer. Nomás ella me dijo que no tuviera nada de armas en la casa por esos problemas, porque ella estaba con preparation y todo eso.
She was always scared, she always told me, she doesn't know, no sabe que ocurrió esto.
Ella no sabía. Pues sí sabe lo que pasó, pero no sabe lo que yo iba a hacer.
Pero ella sabe que fuiste tú.
No sabe ella.
Okay, she knows what happened, but she has no idea that it was him. So she was always scared. She didn't tell him about the gun, but she was always scared because she got probation. Tell her we're also trying to keep her out of trouble.
Okay, Detective, now I believe we've reached one of those points that we discussed earlier, where there's been a muting for evidentiary purposes.
Correct.
How much longer?
Yes, Judge. Let's check. Total length of the video, Judge, is 2 hours 38 minutes. We are 1 hour and 56 minutes in. So I would estimate about 25 to 30% of the video now.
I'm going to go ahead and give jurors the afternoon break. Let's take 15 minutes. You're going to remain under the same instructions.
Yes, Judge. And for the record, the state is clocking at 18:11, 16 seconds.
refrescar, tú sabes, el movimiento. No. Does he know if Melissa called him from a payphone, or was it the phone inside the store she borrowed? ¿Crees tú? ¿Cómo te marcó Melissa?
No sé, su teléfono me llamó.
¿Del celular de ella? From her cell phone. Okay, that was in the evening. ¿Fue ya en la tarde? ¿Crees tú ya estaba oscureciendo? Yeah, it was dark. So they were killed on the 30th, so that would have been on the 29th, the evening of. Murieron o fueron matados de septiembre 30, entonces cuando ella te marcó y hablaron fue el 29, el día antes.
29, 28, uno de esos días, pero fue cerca de esos días que me estaba diciendo que lo hiciera. Y luego el día antes y el día antes ya estaba en la tienda.
Ese día que te marcó de la tienda no fue cuando pasó, cuando murieron esas personas, ¿verdad?
No, fue como dos días o 3 días.
No, esa noche más te enseñó el apartamento.
Sí, ella llegó y me mandó texto diciéndome que pues, saliera.
¿Te mandó texto?
Sí, que saliera.
She sent him a text.
Y ella, pues ella estaba, cuando yo salí fuera de mis apartamentos, ella estaba caminando por todo, porque él para caminar, estaba caminando en todo alrededor de su apartamento, luego se entró para adentro y me dijo, pues lo que iba a hacer.
¿Entró al apartamento?
Si no, al apartamento me quedó todo.
Okay. She sent him a text before she arrived, and then he met her outside, and then she walked over, and this was probably, he says, the 28th. Probably the 28th. She showed him where the apartment was. So it was 2 days before. Es como 2 días antes que ocurrió esto, más o menos? Roughly. Tell him that's good, because her cell phone will tell us if she was there or wasn't. Eso es bueno, porque es posible que podamos verificar eso con esos archivos de ella para ver dónde estaba el teléfono de ella también. No es bueno.
Pues sí, pues pasa que ahí estaba cerca.
Yeah, it's going to show that she was there close. Okay. Bueno, esa noche te enseñó, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Y después qué?
Y después me dijo, pues lo vas a hacer, eso.
¿Pero qué te dijo que iba a hacer?
Que tenía que entrar y hacer daño a ellos, o tenía que matarlos.
¿Pero te dijo esas palabras?
Sí, así me lo dijo.
She said, I have to go in there and do them harm. And I asked him, like, what kind of harm? Because kill him. Okay.
Ya, pues estaba por la ventana de atrás y sí, pues de hecho ella llegó a ayudarme a quebrar el vidrio para decirle cómo entrar.
Pero eso fue el siguiente día.
Sí, el domingo como en la noche.
Okay, and now he's fast forwarding to the night of the murder. He said that she actually showed up. ¿Y que ella fue contigo y qué pasó?
Ya, pues me fue a enseñar el video de atrás que tenía que entrar por ahí.
She told him that's the mirror, that's the window you need to break to get in.
Pues ella me estaba dando a quebrarlo.
¿Cómo te ayudó?
Con desarmadores,
¿Ella te ayudó?
Sí, eso ahí.
She actually helped them break the glass that night. Really? Yeah.
Ya, pues
¿Con un desarmador?
sí tenía desarmadores con unas barras.
Ella. She had like a screwdriver and set up a bar also.
Ya, pues me estaba ayudando a hacerlo cuando lo quebré y ya abrió la ventana, me dijo, vas a entrar, vas a hacer lo que vas a hacer y yo me muero.
Okay, so she helped them break the window. They opened up the window and she said, okay, you go in and do what you gotta do. I'm leaving. Okay.
So ella se fue, no sé si regresó a la tienda o no sé si se fue para su casa.
I don't know, she went back to the house, to the store.
Ya, pues yo entré y ya, pues la verdad no sabía qué hacer. Oh, de hecho también ella me dio una arma, porque ella tiene muchas armas.
She gave you the firearm.
Ya, pues,
I got in the apartment. I didn't know what I was doing.
ya, pues entré y luego, pues no sabía ni qué hacer, pero el muchacho también tenía arma, el que estaba ahí dentro.
The guy inside also had a weapon, the firearm.
Ya, pues tenía armas, o luego, pues, la verdad, sí, yo disparé, ya,
The truth is that I did fire.
pero no había visto a la muchacha a un lado, pensé que eran dos vatos que estaban, siempre estaban 2, 3 hombres allá adentro.
I was thought there was 2 or 3 guys in there, and the woman was next to him, but I thought it was a guy.
Let me pause there at 1800 hours, 19 minutes, and 49 seconds. So I think another event of relevance has taken place, detective. Okay, so you told us that at the very beginning, for the first hour and 20 minutes or so, the defendant was just denying. Fair to say?
Correct.
And then the story sort of changed, and now it was, okay, I was involved, but I only opened the window for other people to go in there. Fair to say?
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to object. Jury will have a copy of the transcript. They can read it themselves. All this is doing is re-emphasizing something that's already admitted.
Overall.
And now, detective, we finally get to the meat and potatoes of the confession, right? What has the defendant now admitted to being?
He said he did shoot.
So let's resume the video.
So, así entré y pues ya, pues disparé los dos.
I fired at both of them.
Ya, pues ya me fui, abrí la puerta, me fui.
Then I opened the door.
Luego ella llegó, yo me acuerdo que ella llegó atrás para ver si lo había hecho. Ya,
Llegó
hasta la puerta de afuera.
Melissa came back
Sí, porque era
to the door to make sure I did it.
las personas que viven a la par estaban diciendo que habían visto una persona alta, todo negro, tapada, pero era ella que había llegado para atrás.
Así se llama ella.
Sí, pues muchas personas estaban diciendo en el reporte que estaba alta y grande y fuerte.
There were a lot of reports the next day about witnesses saying they had seen somebody in black, tall. It was her that they saw.
Que eso, yo llegué, pues me fui, ella llegó y luego, pues nomás no sé qué hizo, se tomó fotos, no sé qué había ahí dentro.
Entró ella.
Sí, entró hasta
Y
adentro.
estaba afuera.
Sí.
She walked in. She actually walked in. I don't know if she took photos or what she did, but I waited outside.
Okay. Otra cosa también, cuando yo entré me dijo, no, pues ellos tienen esa caja, de hecho en esa caja yo pensaba que tenían su droga, no sé qué le había dado ella, según ella le había dado una caja a él con droga o dinero, no sé, eso me dijo, vas a agarrar esto y lo vas a traer.
She came out. She says, "Hey, I had given them a box with drugs. I've given these people a box with drugs. You're gonna go in there and you're gonna retrieve that and bring it with you." What kind of drugs? ¿Qué tipo de drogas?
Pues ella nomás se quiere vender los hielos, heroína y...
All I know she sells ice, heroin, and coke.
Es todo lo que hay.
That's all she sells.
So how did you know what kind of box to look for?
¿Cómo sabías qué tipo de caja ella buscaba?
Pues yo no sabía, ella me dijo,
I didn't know.
ella nomás me dijo, vas a agarrar una caja, está así, más grande, es color cromada.
She described it. ¿Qué color es que me acuerdo?
Cromada es como plata.
Oh, okay. It's like a chrome box. She described it to him.
Pues yo llegué y luego, pues sí, pues lo hice, ¿verdad? Y luego, pues agarré esa caja, pensé que era esa.
I saw the box. I just
Luego me fui y luego, pues ella me dijo, no, pues yo voy a ir a levantarlo en una semana o tanto tiempo, tenla en tu casa. Luego yo salí para afuera, pues sí, cuando yo salí para afuera, ya no pude, de hecho, llevarle la caja a ella, darle ni nada de eso.
Ok, ella entró y te dijo, oye, tienes que agarrar la caja. Y después se fue ella.
Sí, ella se fue, so yo entré.
Okay, so when she came out after she did what she did there, she took off. So she told them about the box. ¿Entraste tú otra vez de nuevo a buscar la caja?
No, nomás cuando entré, disparé, agarré la caja y me fui.
Okay, let me clarify that. He knew about the box before he went in there. She described it to him. So he went in there, he did what he did, and that's when she came in the front door, walked in, came back out, and te dijo que iba a quedar por la caja 2 o 3 días.
Sí, por mientras ella llegaba a traerla. Por mientras ella llegaba a mi casa.
Then she took off, and the arrangement was that he was going to keep the box 2 to 3 days until she would be able to come back and retrieve the box from him.
Okay, so, pues yo salí, pues ya lo tenía en mi casa y nomás le dije, pues aquí está, nomás me
¿Le hablaste?
Sí, yo le hablé a ella. Sí, le hablé a ella.
¿Esa misma noche?
No, fue como 2 o 3 días después, creo.
2 to 3 days later, he called her and said, I have the box on his cell phone. Le hablaste al celular de ella. So his cell phone to hers.
So, ella se había movido a otra casa.
She had moved to another house.
Me dijo, pues déjame, me acomodo aquí bien y lo voy a traerlo. So, la caja tenía como contraseña, o sea, no podía abrirlo.
She told him, hey, let me get situated in the house, and then I'll go retrieve it from you. And he said the box had a combination on it.
Entonces, pues luego ella llegó, como semanas después llegó, en esos días llegó y me dijo, no, pues esta no es la caja.
About a week later, she gets there, and she looks at the box, goes,
esta no es la caja, ¿para qué agarraste esto? Esto no es. O me dijo, no, pues ya te cargó, ya te metiste en problema y no quiero que me digas nada, si no te va a ir mal.
She said, this is the box, basically screwed up. ¿Qué te dijo? No quiero
que digas nada de lo que yo te dije que hicieras, sino
I don't want you to tell anybody about my involvement, right, like this. Or something's gonna happen to you.
y desde allí ya no le volví a llamar, ya no supe qué hacer.
After that, I never called her again. I had no contact with her. How many times did he shoot? ¿Cuántas veces disparaste el arma?
Nomás dos.
Just 2 times. So one for each person? Una bala por cada, un disparo por cada persona. Yes. Did he think he killed them or did he think they were still alive? ¿Crees que en ese tiempo, cuando ocurrió, crees que los mataste, que los habías matado o que los habías herido?
Yo nomás pensaba herirlo, usted no pensaba matarlos.
¿Cómo?
Yo nomás pensaba herirlo, usted no quería
I
matarlos.
was only thinking of wounding them. I wasn't planning on killing them.
Nunca he matado a nadie, nunca he hecho eso y
I've never done that.
nomás lo hice por miedo.
I only did it out of fear.
Pues pensé que no estaba tapado, no sabía ni dónde disparé, nada más disparé, hasta cerré mis ojos, disparé y luego me fui.
They were covered up. I didn't even know where I hit them. I didn't close my eyes when I found them.
Y luego me fui, pues ella llegó para ver si todo estaba bien, todo lo que hice fue como ella dijo, pero ya no volví a llegar. Yo, al siguiente día yo fui, porque pues quería saber qué me faltó, lo había hecho y luego pues ya nomás vi que la muchacha estaba afuera. O sea, yo pensé que la había herido, nomás herido, pero era una muchacha, solo no sabía que estaba ahí.
¿Estaba tirada afuera?
Sí, afuera. No sé cómo salió de afuera, no sé.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened. So the next day I went out there and I saw, and I didn't know, they had been killed, but I saw the big female outside en la puerta.
No, afuera como a 2-3 cuadras, 2-3 apartamentos.
Okay. ¿Estaba tapada ya?
No, estaba destapada.
It was her body. It was about 2-3 apartments down. Did he see her? ¿La viste?
Allá en su cara no la pude ver, apenas la estoy viendo. Nomás por su pelo largo estaba así de espalda tirada.
¿Estaba boca abajo? Boca
Sí,
arriba.
boca abajo.
No, I didn't see her face. I saw her hair. But I saw her body. ¿Viste el cuerpo de ella?
Sí, nomás de lejos. Y
Yeah,
luego
far away.
afuera.
I did. Before what? Yes, I did. I saw it far away. Far away. Yeah, far away. It was the next day when I was cuando el siguiente día, ya cuando había salido el sol, before he went to work, when all the commotion with the police officer, that's when he saw her hair in the light.
He mentioned that the guy in the apartment had a gun. We didn't find another gun. Did he take that gun?
Dices tú que el hombre, el chavo en la apartamento tenía un arma.
Sí.
Pero
no agarré el arma, no sé si ella llegó a traer el arma, no sé.
pero tú viste el arma.
Sí, yo la vi porque cuando yo estaba en su caja, él estaba dormido y en arriba de la caja tenía un arma.
Okay.
So, yo no agarré nada de eso, nomás pues agarré la caja y me fui.
No encontraron arma.
Ok, so, yo sé que yo me fui a ver, ella, no sé si se abrió la puerta, cómo salió afuera, no sé, yo sé que Melissa regresó para atrás, pero no sé si llegó a agarrar esa arma.
He goes, the weapon was on top. I saw the weapon. He was on top of the box that I took. But I did not take the weapon. I don't know if maybe Melissa, when she went back in there, what she did.
Was it upstairs or downstairs where he saw the weapon?
¿Dónde viste el arma? ¿En el segundo piso o en el primer piso del apartamento?
Segundo piso, para la parte donde yo estaba dormido.
A un ladito.
Si él dormía y tenía su arma aquí.
Okay, second story, second floor, next to where the male was sleeping.
Okay, so Melissa went upstairs.
Entonces Melissa se subió al segundo piso.
Pues pienso que sí, yo nomás lo hice, me fui, pero ella yo sé que llegó para atrás. Si la puerta, como el siguiente día la puerta estaba abierta, la muchacha estaba afuera, posiblemente ella haya entrado adentro allá.
I believe so, but I don't know.
Porque si no está el arma, a lo mejor ella se la metió a él, o no sé, y ella sabía, o nomás llegó a traerla.
I mean, it's possible that maybe he sold her the gun and she was there to retrieve both hers.
Did he actually see her with the gun, or he just doesn't know what happened to her?
¿La viste a Melissa? ¿Tú viste a Melissa con la arma o no sabes qué le pasó a la arma? saw it, but he didn't know what happened to it. He didn't see her with it again.
¿Viste el arma? Pero nunca viste el arma con Melissa o que me dice, no sabes qué pasó con el arma. I didn't see that.
Después de que hice eso, nomás le di la arma a Melissa y Melissa ya se fue.
After I did what I did, I give my firearm to Melissa, and then she took off.
Is he still sticking to his answer that he found that in a car?
Todavía, ahora que está diciendo la verdad, está diciendo la verdad tocante esto, que lo hallaste en un carro.
No, eso era lo que ella me pidió, todo eso.
No, he was lying. He said she had given me the gun when I was with the holster.
So the gun that was used to shoot them with was in that holster, not the gun that was in the victim's apartment?
Entonces la arma que le pertenece a esto, ¿es la arma que usaste tú? ¿O es la arma que estaba en el chavo?
No, es la arma que yo usé.
No, this is the weapon that I used. This pertains to the weapon that I used.
What caliber was the weapon that she gave him?
¿Qué calibre era la arma que Melissa te dio a ti?
La verdad no sé.
Truth is, I don't know.
Okay. Does he know what make it was?
¿Sabes qué modelo era?
No sé. Porque ahora no sé, nomás sí que estaba como negra la arma.
Oh, I have no idea about weapons. All I know is it was black.
La verdad pues no sabía ni que ella estaba ahí. Pues no sabía que estaba con muchos ahí.
Truth is, I didn't know the females.
Yo sé que el muchacho pues sí andaba vendiendo muchas drogas en todo el apartamento.
I didn't know the guy was moving a lot of drugs in the apartment complex.
Pero no sabía que estaba esa muchacha ahí.
But I had no idea that the woman was there.
So he had knowledge of the male selling narcotics before Melissa told him or after?
Entonces, ¿tú sabías del muchacho que estaba moviendo drogas en el complex ahí antes de conocer a Melissa, antes que te dijo Melissa o después que te dijo Melissa?
Pues nomás te digo, los carros que miraban que llegaban, pues no soy un tonto, o sea, yo sé que el muchacho está vendiendo droga.
Pero antes que Melissa te dijo.
Sí, antes de que Melissa todo el mundo para ahí, pues era de ellos que más traía carros, que más llevaban carros con eso, yo ya me imaginaba que él estaba vendiendo droga.
Before Melissa told him, I mean, he goes, I'm not dumb. I can tell the people going in and out, all the traffic's going in and out.
Cuando Melissa me dijo eso, yo dije, no, pues ya sé que él está vendiendo, ya sé que tienen algo en contra.
When Melissa told me about it, I already knew by then that maybe there was something that was going on between them.
Okay. He said he found the box upstairs, and the gun was sitting on top of it. We could tell that the person that did this looked through items downstairs.
Dice que tú encontraste la caja, ¿verdad? Que te llevaste arriba, en el segundo piso. Ellos tienen evidencia, ya saben que la persona que hizo esto bajó al primer piso y esculcó el primer piso también.
Sí, pues yo andaba buscando la caja. Yo no sabía dónde estaba la caja, yo andaba buscando esa caja.
I didn't know where the box was, so I was looking for it.
Ya, pues yo busqué abajo, pero no toqué muchas cosas, nomás busqué pocas cosas.
I looked downstairs, I didn't touch many things, but I didn't see many things.
Y luego cuando yo después subí arriba,
Yeah, I went upstairs,
ya vi la caja,
I saw the box.
y pues agarré la caja y ya me fui. Pero no era esa la caja que ella estaba
I
pidiendo.
took the box, but obviously that wasn't the box.
Nomás hice lo que hice, nomás me ensucié prácticamente.
He just soiled himself, not literally, but he just messed up the place. Or he messed up going out there. He took the wrong box.
Why didn't he just take the box and not shoot them? Why did he shoot them?
¿Por qué no te llevaste la caja solamente, la caja sin disparar?
Porque el muchacho tenía arma y cuando yo agarré la caja, esa era mi intención, agarrar la caja y irme y decir que pues, se murieron o algo, pero cuando agarré la caja, el muchacho se levantó y o sea, yo sé que me iba a disparar a mí.
But my intention was to go in and go out, but when I went up there to get the box, the guy woke up and grabbed his weapon. So I fired.
neither of them get, he said he saw the girl outside. How did she get outside?
Tú nos dijiste que la viste el cuerpo de la mujer afuera, ¿verdad? ¿Sí entendí? ¿Cómo salió ella?
Es lo que yo no sé cómo llegó hasta allí afuera.
That's why I don't know how she got out there.
Porque yo la verdad, yo no disparé en su cara nada, yo nomás disparé para donde pegué.
To be honest, I don't know where I fired. I know I didn't shoot at her face.
Yo pienso que ella, pues, quizás algo pedir ayuda o no sé.
I think maybe she went outside to look for help.
Ya, pues pasó todo eso.
And then everything happened.
Is there anything that he would like for me to tell the families?
¿Tienes algo que quieres que el detective le diga a la familia de él?
Sí, que la verdad, pues pido perdón por eso. Nunca he dicho nada a alguien. Tengo mis hermanas, tengo mi familia y pues también me doliera lo que... Yo sé que lo que hice está mal, pero yo sé que si estuviera en su lugar, pues también estuviera dolorido. La verdad pido perdón.
He's asking for, he's very sorry. He's asking for pardon from the family, for forgiveness. That he also has sisters. He feels the pain. And he's...
Pues no soy una persona mala, nunca escribí de matar a alguien.
He's not a bad person. He's never, ever done anything like this before. Never killed anybody. So I'm asking for forgiveness from the family.
I'll tell them and thank you.
Que le va a decir a las familias que muchas gracias.
Is there any truth?
Judge, I believe we've reached another one of those redactions. And this one goes until 18:42 minutes and 53 seconds. If I may once again jump ahead.
Yes.
Yes. And just, I'll resume there at 43, we're almost there.
Said that he kept the box for a couple of days till he could get it to her. Why, if that's the case, why did he go to her house right after the murder?
Si ya estaban terrenos que tú tienes la caja y los otros días ella iba a traer la caja, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué fuiste el siguiente día a la casa de ella?
Voy a traer la herramienta de los tatuajes esa caja. La bolsa y la mochila que estaba.
Why don't you go get that backpack? The tattoo machine in it? I want to go get that from her.
Why didn't you just give her the box?
¿Por qué no dices la
Porque ella no
caja?
quería que se la llevara a su casa, ella iba a ir a traerlo a mi casa.
She did not want it at the house. She didn't want me to take it to the house. She wanted to come get it from me.
Makes sense.
And Judge, I believe from this point until the ending of the video, it is all redacted, so there's nothing left to do. Okay, so the state is, for purposes of the record, stopping the video. And if I may proceed, Your Honor, with the directive of the detective.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh. Okay. Detective Duke. Now the entire interview has been played for the jury. It's in evidence. Now I want to talk to you briefly about some of the things we've heard and some of the things that you did after this confession.
Okay.
Okay, so earlier when I was asking you, so far at least 3 versions of events, right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Regarding Melissa being a highly wanted person by law enforcement, were you able to substantiate that, if at all?
No, she wasn't.
Did she have, to to your knowledge and through your investigation, any connections to the Mexican drug cartels, the Tango Orejones, or any of the other criminal organizations that this defendant named during the course of his confession?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Did the defendant's version of events, even with the coercion, make sense to you?
No.
Could you find any evidence through the course of the investigation that would corroborate or substantiate the defendant's claim of being coerced or under duress?
No.
Did the defendant, during the course of his confession, provide details that only the killer would know?
He did.
Such as?
He shot twice. He was able to describe how he gained access through the window. I'm sure there are more, but that's what comes to mind right away.
Fair enough. Let me ask you about this. What about the silver lockbox? Did he know that was involved in the crime?
Well, he knew it.
What about the fact that the downstairs had been searched?
When asked about that, he admitted to that, yes.
What about where the victims had been shot within the apartment?
Well, yes, he was right that they were upstairs. He said he didn't know. He didn't aim at the head, but they were shot in the head.
So let's talk about that. What did you think about that? Did you find that credible?
No.
Because in fact, both victims had been shot in the head.
That's right.
How likely do you think it would be, detective, for a person that is closing their eyes and not aiming to kill to hit two individuals squarely in the head?
It's far-fetched.
Thank you, detective. At this time, the state passes a witness, Your Honor.
Schaefer?
Good afternoon, Detective Duke.
Good afternoon.
Let's say retired Detective Duke.
Yes.
Either one?
Either one's fine.
There's a lot of evidence that's been presented by you in this case, okay?
Okay.
And among the evidence that been presented is that you were the lead investigator, correct?
Correct.
And that's because there's a rotation of homicide detectives that take the lead?
Correct.
Okay. And approximately how many SAPD homicide detectives would be on that list?
Well, like I explained before, at the time, we had 2 teams of 7 with their own rotation within each team. So on my team, there were 7 detectives.
So roughly 14.
Yes.
Now, as lead investigator, you were in charge of the investigation of this case?
Yes.
And at what time did you arrive at the apartments, your first trip to the area?
Let's see.
If you're unable to answer it, I'm okay with that.
No, I'm able. I just want to make sure I give an accurate answer for the jury. The call came in at 6:18. We're allowed 1 hour to respond. I live in New Braunfels, so it usually takes me right at 45 minutes or an hour. Here, the lieutenant notified everybody, homicide and PIO, and waited there till we arrived. And that was documented at 7:33. That would put me there about around 7:15, 7:20.
Okay, so roughly an hour after the 911 call?
Yeah, I would say roughly an hour.
And when you got there, there was already other officers, ambulances, emergency personnel there.
That's correct.
And Detective Raul Juarez had already gotten there prior to you getting there?
Correct.
And did you speak with him?
Yes.
And of course, your first order of business is to take a look, find out what's going on. You're beginning to analyze the scene.
Starting to gather evidence, yes.
And I assume you were there for quite a while.
Yes.
And approximately how many officers were there then? Quite a few?
Yes, they're documented. Let me. There are 21 from CSI and Patrol, and there would have been myself and Detective Juarez in addition to that.
So over 20 officers.
Correct.
And I assume one of the first things you saw was Julia Wright's body on the walkway.
Correct.
She was obviously deceased.
Correct.
Saw lots of blood on the walkway on the two doors, right?
Correct.
Now, after seeing that, you went into the apartment where Julia Wright and Mr. Milanovich lived, right?
Yeah. I don't know that it was the next thing I did, but while I was there, I did go in it, yes.
Okay. And by the time you went in, Mr. Milanovich had already left the area with medical personnel?
That's correct.
Now, you have indicated that there was 2 spent casings, correct?
Correct.
And 1 live round, correct?
Correct.
And you also were able to see the shoe print on the sofa or couch that was by the window.
Correct.
Is that the only footprint that you found in the apartment?
It looked like there were 2 footprints side by side on the sofa. But as I recall, those were the only 2 that I remember seeing.
Right, and that's the question I wanted to ask you. You didn't find any footprints on the floor? No footprints in the blood?
No.
Just the ones on the couch?
Yeah, I would expect the blood to be there after the person left. The blood that was going down, that someone could have stepped in because they were in the bed.
Right. You also testified that it became a thought that someone was looking for something.
Yeah, at first blush, that's what it appeared to be because some items had been going through downstairs.
And you said something about a vase having been moved.
It looked like the contents had been removed.
Or were they inside the vase, outside the vase, strewn all over the floor?
It looked like they had originally been in it and were removed like someone was looking for something.
It's just suspicion on your part, isn't it?
Yes.
No fact that verifies whether that's a true fact or an untrue fact, is there?
Yeah, without someone being there to see it, I can't say for sure that that's what happened. That's a
Okay.
assumption.
Now, after being there, you also noticed that there was 2 cars, right?
Eventually, yes.
And did you see the conditions of the cars before they were taken to the impound lot?
Well, I mean, we took a look at it. I don't know what you mean by condition.
I'll get to that. Once the cars were taken to the impound lot and the photographs were taken of what was inside the vehicles, you remember those pictures, right?
Yes.
And both vehicles had significant trash and debris in them, right?
Correct.
So both Mr. Milanovich's and Miss Wright were not real careful about keeping their vehicles clean, were they?
It didn't appear so.
Okay. And it's just as likely that they may have made the mess in their house as anyone else, right?
I can't disagree with that.
I want to write that down, okay?
Sure.
In other words, they weren't really neat people according to what you saw there.
Well, that's not what I just agreed to. You asked if it were possible, and I do agree their car was not kept very neat, but I didn't see anything about their apartment that suggested that.
Well, we're going to ask about that.
Okay?
You mentioned that there was marijuana found in the apartment, right?
Right.
And you mentioned that a grinder may have been found.
No, there was one found.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
There was one found, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, not maybe, but yes, there was one.
Okay. And just for the jury's explanation, let them know what the grinder does.
It just makes the large sizes of marijuana, it makes them smaller so that they can be easier rolled into a cigarette or put in a pipe. It just makes the process easier and I think kind of separates it a little bit.
I understand. And how many places in the house had marijuana visible?
From what I recall, there was the Ziploc bag on the
That's
sofa.
on the couch, right?
Correct. And then there was a patio upstairs with some chairs, and it looked like maybe they would sit outside and smoke. So those are the 2 places I recall.
There's also some marijuana on a table inside, wasn't there?
There may have been. I think there may have been. I think now that you mentioned it, I think maybe the coffee table or a table downstairs. Yes.
So literally there was marijuana all over the residence.
It's in 3 places. I mean, however you see that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It was in 3 places.
I think in yesterday's testimony, you also mentioned that perhaps you saw a pipe.
Yes.
In fact, there were several pipes in there, weren't there?
There may have been.
You just don't recall, or is it not germane to your testimony here?
I don't recall. It's been 5 years. If I had an opportunity to review crime scene photos, I would be glad to count however many I see and tell you an exact number. But 5 years ago, I don't recall. It matters not to me how many there were.
I understand. The marijuana that was in the large bag, by the way, was that taken by the police?
Yes.
And I assume it was weighed and all of that stuff?
Yes, it was just under 1 pound.
Okay. I also noticed that I'm going to withdraw that question. Okay? You indicated that there was no fingerprints found.
What I said is there were some collected. When they were sent to our ID unit, they all came back. They weren't usable. There wasn't enough there. They were smeared. They were of no use.
I understand. But I guess even the more important question, there's none of this defendant's fingerprints found, was there?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that CSI agent Robert Caldera indicated that he had recovered a print from the window?
I can't tell you where the prints were recovered from. I just know the report that I got said none of them were usable.
Did you go look at the window?
I did.
Did you attempt to open the window?
I don't believe I did or would do that.
Do you know if any other SAPD personnel may have opened the window?
I don't have knowledge of it. That would be unusual. That would be odd.
Now, the 1st of November of 2018.
Let me clarify on that.
Okay.
Before the scene's processed. Afterwards, it really makes no difference. Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay. So somebody touched the window, knowing that's the point of entry, before someone had taken pictures and processed the scene, looked for prints. That would be a contamination issue, and that would be it's not something that we want to see. Once we've collected evidence, we've collected any evidence and secured it, so it wouldn't be a big deal to do that. If somebody was curious about it or wanted to do that, that would be the time to do it after that area had been processed.
Well, it's your belief that this defendant broke into and entered the apartment through the window, right?
Yes.
Okay. And let's assume that assumption is correct. Did he leave through the window?
Well, I can't say for sure, but if you're asking me my experience in crime scene reconstruction, I would say no.
And you indicated that you got a call from a defense attorney, that's James Reese?
Reeves?
Reed?
Reeves, I believe, R-E-E-V-E-S,
Okay. And
I think.
the very first contact that you received, was that when you got the Facebook picture? Or was that later?
Let me see. So on November the 1st of 2018, the James Reeves called our intelligence unit, and it was relayed to them that James Reeves had a client that said the person who did the murders was a person who had a Facebook page, and the name on that page was Hernandez Rob, and he was the killer. In that same report of information, it was said that associated with him was a black Mercedes and a blue Nissan with a primer rear door, and gave the license plate to that blue Nissan.
And that's the Nissan that belonged to Valerie?
Correct.
And I assume then, once SAPD received that information, you had more discussions with Mr. Reed, correct?
Well, the following day, our intelligence unit tried to figure out who the Facebook page belonged to, try to come up with some more concrete evidence to go forward with other than just a Facebook page. They were able to come up with a name and a date of birth and the name of that person who was the defendant, his girlfriend, her name and her date of birth. I continued working that tip on November the 6th of 2018. I requested a report from our intelligence unit on NVLS on the license plates. It came back to an address. The Mercedes come back to an address on Millwood, and I was able to locate the other one at the Fairhaven address and at an AutoZone where the girlfriend lived, where Valerie worked.
And yes, and I guess the question is, the name on the Facebook page was Hernandez Rob?
That was the report, yes.
I'm sorry?
That was the report, yes, for the tip.
Now, at some point then, did you discuss with that attorney trying to contact his client, and he was asking you for written questions?
That did happen. So on November the 7th of 2018, I reached out to Mr. Reeves, the attorney, and asked him a few more questions. He wouldn't allow me access or
Didn't disclose who his client was.
Disclose who his client was, but he did say he would, if I provided questions, he would reach out to them and see if they would answer.
And of course, that doesn't suit either the nature or the course of your investigating this matter.
Well, I mean, what the tip was helpful, but it's certainly more required in the investigation.
Sure. In other words, you appreciate the offer, but it wasn't going to get you where you needed to get.
It was a piece in the puzzle, but it wasn't coming together yet, correct?
So, we want to get to the video, okay?
Okay.
That was done on 10 December of 2019.
You're referring to the interview that we just watched?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
And that was done at, excuse me, the Pearsall Ice Detention Facility.
That's correct.
Now, earlier today, and the state laid a very good predicate, the Supreme Court has said that you police can lie to suspects or to people you're interrogating, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all of what you asked.
The Supreme Court of the United States has told law enforcement throughout the country it's okay for you to lie to or shade the truth to people you're interrogating.
That's correct.
Okay. And you're aware of that, of course?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicate, for example, that when you describe Mr. Milanovich as a robber, as a bad person, as having hurt a lot of people, that's a complete lie, right?
Yes, I explained that earlier. Yes, that was not the truth.
I understand. And you obviously didn't get his SID number or look for his records or anything like that to verify that, did you?
No, I did. I think there were some minor. I think he had some minor violations. Yes. I don't think there was anything of anything substantial.
And
Mr. Schaefer, can you give me a minute for the interpreters to switch out?
of course, Your Honor.
1 minute.
Of course.
For purposes of the record, Ms. Norma Nero is taking over as the interpreter, and she's been previously sworn. I'm ready, Counselor. Thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
The bottom line is, why did you want to have this interview?
Well, I was still in the fact gathering process. I wanted to see what the defendant had to say, or the suspect. He was a suspect at the time. I also think sometimes there's a good reason for why people do what they do, and I've never felt like it's fair to make a decision without giving them an opportunity to tell their side of the story. So, I mean, it seemed what was necessary, and it seemed like the right thing to do.
Okay. And when you did the interview, you knew he had been in custody
Yes,
because you had already talked to Joey Barra prior to the interview being set up, right?
I had spoke to him before, yes.
And when you spoke to Joey Barra, did you suggest to him that it would be better for your investigation if the defendant were detained somewhere?
I don't recall if I said that, but I think that's a truthful statement.
So if you did say it, there's a reason for it, right?
Well, yes. I mean, it makes sense.
And the main purpose of interrogating this defendant was to try to get him to acknowledge his involvement, to confess, right?
No, sir.
No?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and explain that to me.
Well, what I'm after is the truth. If that leads to a confession, good. If it leads to some mitigating factors, good. What I'm interested in is the truth. In this particular case, the truth happened to be a confession, although I still don't believe we actually got all of the truth. But I think we got to the important parts.
So you got him to the point of admitting he did the shooting, right?
That is an important part, and we did get there, yes.
Now, there was some suggestion to the defendant that the folks that got killed had drugs or were selling drugs?
Yes, that was mentioned to him. I suspected that was true, but I didn't know for sure.
You had indicated that there was a leaf in one of the shoes that was given to you by the attorney, right?
Yes.
And you suggested to this jury, was that from someone crawling away or crawling around outside in the vegetation?
I'm not sure how it was represented, but I'll tell you what was meant, or what I believe,
Well,
if you want.
I really don't wish you'd tell me what you believe. I'm looking for facts here, okay?
Well, that's what I'm getting at. I don't recall exactly how I presented it to him, but
I might have misunderstood you then, sorry. Again, that's just your suspicion, correct?
yeah, I think it's a logical conclusion, but yes, it does require some speculation.
And again, you don't have any specific fact that would either verify or disclose that that was accurate or not, do you?
Yeah. No, just that my eyes looked at it and they appeared to be the same and consistent with one another.
And obviously, the state of Texas and the SAPD have unlimited funds to retain whatever expert in the world you want to on the case, right?
Well, I don't believe that's true because
Let me take the word unlimited out then. SAPD and the DA's office have enough funds to hire any expert they need, right?
you know, that I honestly, I don't think that's appropriate for me to answer. I don't believe that to be true, but I could be wrong.
Well, let me make it more simple. If it was an essential element of this case, the DA's office could hire a botanist to find out if the leaf in the shoe matched any of the leaves outside the window, couldn't they?
Justice, they will object to speculation into this witness's personal knowledge as to the DA's office funds or fund.
I have no knowledge of the DA's office. I have a little bit of the police department, but even that is above my pay grade.
I understand. Now, one of the things that you mentioned to the defendant, and the jury will have the video, is that you had witnesses from the apartments saying to look at folks that lived there, right?
Yes, that was not true. I just didn't want to give the name of the person that came forward.
The only witness you had was you had already spoken with Valerie, right?
Well, when I spoke with him, the reason I knew or had that information is because of the tip that came in, which later I learned was Melissa, and I didn't want him to know. She was very afraid of him, so I was trying to protect her.
Okay. And of course, when you spoke to the defendant, you're aware that Detective Juarez had knocked on 7 or 8 doors and never found anyone that could testify about a disturbance, gunshot, or anything else.
Didn't find it. I would say that I'm not sure specifically him, but I know that there were officers, including myself, that spoke to people that heard a person's voice, sounded like that they thought something was, they had trouble describing it, didn't know what it was, couldn't tell if it was a male or female, But in hindsight, they realized it was someone in distress, and I believe that was Julia's, when she went outside, trying to
Seek help.
elicit some help, yes.
And then there was the Spanish-speaking lady that said the dog woke her up, but she didn't know what was going on.
Right, and I think that was about 5:20-ish.
But then again, that was a disclosure made to the defendant that wasn't 100% accurate, right?
Which part are you talking about?
That there were several witnesses.
Oh, if you're talking about eyewitnesses, yeah, that's not true.
Let's get to the DNA on the glove, okay?
Okay.
More than once, this defendant was told in the interview that his DNA would be on the glove, right?
Yes,
And in fact, his DNA was not on the glove, right?
that's correct.
And you were aware of that.
No, because I just took his DNA from him that day, so I didn't. His DNA is unknown. I really didn't, to be honest. I thought there was a very good chance that there would be his DNA on there, but sweat is not a very good source of DNA. So I'm not surprised there wasn't, but I actually thought that was a good chance.
Now, the state has accurately put it that initially the defendant didn't disclose a whole lot of anything, correct? Regarding this incident.
You're talking about in the beginning of the interview?
Yes.
Yes.
And at some point, you're trying to tell him that his cooperation may be of benefit to him. Not your control, a jury's control.
Yeah, I think I said in my experience I have seen. I don't think I made any promises or suggested that any benefit would definitely come to him. I just said that has been my experience, and that was a truthful statement.
You actually talked about a charge of capital murder, right?
Right.
And you indicated on capital murder it could either be a death penalty or life in prison without parole, right?
Right.
And you also indicated that someone who acknowledged his responsibility, I think even you said a 30-year sentence, right?
I said that's, again, I emphasize I can't speak for the jury, but these are possibilities. And I believe those are all true statements.
Right. Well, I mean, it's on the video. If you said 30 years, that's what it says on the video, right?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the jury understands I didn't
I know
make
you're
any
not-
promises to anybody.
I know you're not promising what the jury's going to do, okay? And they know that too. Now, once the defendant understood that you were driving at his participation, he talked about trying to keep Melissa from knowing about that, right?
Yes.
In fact, in a way, he almost tried to protect Melissa, did he not?
I don't believe so.
Again, the video speaks for itself, right?
Yeah, I believe, but I believe that your interpretation is wrong.
Fair enough. He indicated that Melissa could harm him, right?
He mentioned that that was a concern of his, yes.
And he had given this statement with Miranda warnings, right?
Correct.
And are you aware that at the time he gave this statement, he had an attorney representing him on his ICE matters?
No, I'm not aware of that. And when I talked to
Joe?
Agent Nevada, he said there was no attorney listed on his paperwork. He told me he had checked. But having said that, I wouldn't have done anything differently if there had been.
I understand. And even if you knew that he had an attorney, you would not have contacted that attorney anyway, would you?
That's correct.
Now, the first of the witnesses you spoke to was, what's her name, Valerie? Yeah, Valerie. Let me rephrase it. The first of the two female witnesses that have participated are Valerie and Melissa, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the first of the two you spoke to was with Valerie, right?
Correct.
And then that was in December 19th of 2018?
That's incorrect. It was the day after, December 19th.
That's what I said.
I thought you said 18th. Maybe I misunderstood you then.
No problem. It happens to us when we get old.
It does.
You next met with Melissa, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been on September 16th of 2019, correct?
Repeat that date again?
September 16th of 2019.
That's correct.
And both of those were before the interview on 10 December of 2019.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I noticed that in your video, you tell this defendant you're 100% certain that he's the one that committed these murders.
Is that a question?
It is.
I did tell him that, yes.
So I guess the question is, if you're 100% certain that he had done it, couldn't you have gotten a warrant to arrest him for it?
Well, yeah, but if I'm certain, that doesn't mean I can convince other people to be. And I do need to make sure that I can do that. Because not everybody's going to have all the intimate details and the inside knowledge that I have. Some things I needed more documented evidence to be able to do that. And just to clarify for the jury, it only takes probable cause to make an arrest, but we need proof beyond reasonable doubt to get a conviction. So just because you can make an arrest doesn't always mean you should at that time, especially if there was a risk to the public with him being out, but since he was already in custody, that was covered, so it gave us some time to work on getting to beyond reasonable doubt. I believe that the public was safe for us to do so. So I think that was the smart thing to do.
Now, after you took defendant's statement and he implicated Melissa, okay?
Okay.
What, if anything, did you do to investigate whether anything he told you was true or not?
Well, we had already taken her statement. She had already turned over evidence that if what he said was true would implicate her. And let me just say that he didn't implicate Melissa. What he did was, I told him I was able to come up with a phone number that I connected to a Melissa. I don't believe he gave me the correct name for Melissa. He was hoping I didn't know. If I said somebody forced me to do something, I'd draw you a map, I'd lead you by hand to their door, I'd make sure you had every bit of information you needed to question them. He did not. He didn't want to, because he knew that she would not agree with his account.
I guess I'll go back to the original question, which I think you've sort of circumvented. You did nothing to investigate Melissa, did you?
I interviewed her. I took her evidence. I had nothing that suggested she was involved. It'd be very foolish to come forward unprompted for no reason with evidence to begin with, and then come again with physical evidence if you're involved. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't ring true.
Now, I noticed that in your prosecution guide, you indicate that this defendant is the only suspect involved in these murders.
Correct.
And that's based on all of the photographs, all of the reports, all of the autopsy, the results from the Bear County crime lab. That's everything you knew at that time, right?
Yes, there's no evidence that suggests there was more than one person involved. None.
You've been an officer for 29 years?
Yes, sir.
How many times have you testified?
I honestly don't know.
Let's say more than a dozen, right?
I would say that's safe to say more than a dozen.
More than 100?
No, not 100.
Man, a moment here. You indicated in one of your reports that there was neutron activation analysis, correct?
I only have one report, and I did, yes, mention it.
And that's basically to try to find out whether the bullets are manufactured in the same batch of them being made.
That's correct.
And there was nothing that resulted from that.
Yeah, I contacted the FBI. They don't do that testing anymore. It's an old method that was used, and it is my understanding that the reason it isn't done anymore is it's not I don't think it's can be shown to be scientifically accurate as well as it needs to be able to use as evidence in court. So they quit doing it. It's something that had been used in the past that I had no knowledge of. I was trying to figure out how to connect the bullets in the box with the lead recovered at the scene, and that was, I spent some time doing that, so I documented it, but it turned out to be of no use.
Now, the bullets in the box, let's talk about those just for a second. There was Hornady, there was Browning, and there was Winchester, correct?
I know the Hornady and Browning. I have to look for the third one. I assume you're correct. That could be wrong. If you want me to look, I'll double
Trust
check.
me on this one?
If you're telling the truth, I will. Yes, there were 8 Browning, 6 Hornady, and 11 Winchester. So yes, you're correct.
Now, there was no gun found in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And the bullets that were photographed lying next to the bed were a different brand than these, were they not? Or do you recall?
Which bed are we talking about?
Mr. Milanovich's bed.
Yes, the ones found at the victim's bedside was a different brand and caliber than the spent shell casings that were 9mm or the live round that was 9mm.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
And the state has no further questions, Judge.
Anything else?
Judge, I've passed him, so.
Okay. Thank you, be excused.
Yes, Ms. Davis.
Detective?
You know, I-
Detective Dukes, thank you for being with us.
you, ma'am.
We're going to take a quick break so that I can discuss a few matters of housekeeping with the attorneys, and I'll bring you back in and let you know what we're doing. Remain under the same instructions.
All right, so the jury,
We are back on the record. The state had concluded the testimony of Detective Mark Duke. State, do you have any other witnesses?
The state will rest, Judge.
Judge, at this time, the defense will also rest.
And state rest and close, Your Honor.
We would ask that all evidence be closed.
All right. Both sides have rested and closed. Jurors, what that means is that all of the evidence that you're going to hear in this case is now closed. So what we're going to do is we're going to recess for today. We're going to reconvene tomorrow. I want to start right at 10 a.m. Only because we have some other matters in the morning we have to finish before we can get to you. I want to talk to you a little bit about tomorrow because it is the day that we intend to read the jury charge to you. The parties will have an opportunity to give their closing arguments, and that will take most of the morning, if not until a little bit after 12. But that's also the time that you're going to deliberate. You already ordered your lunch, right? Everybody has their Chick-fil-A order in. It's a working lunch, so as soon as we finish here, your lunch should be ready and you start to deliberate. But I want you to know that what it really means to deliberate. When we deliberate, it means you don't separate. It also means that your devices, we're going to take those devices while you deliberate. So you need to tell your family, there's going to be a period of time where I cannot answer my phone. So if there's an emergency, they need to call my clerks in the back office. We will be here, the clerks will be here, the phones always get answered. So during that time of deliberation, you don't separate. So what does that also mean? That means if one juror has to go to the bathroom, all of you have to go to the bathroom. And 10 can't stay in there deliberating while 2 go to the bathroom. That's not how that works. You don't separate. Alternates, you're still here with us, you just don't get to deliberate, but you stay behind, you're separated in a separate room while the jury deliberates. So we will explain it further to you, but I wanted to put that out there because we usually have, husbands and wives, and they start calling the sheriff's office saying my husband's in jury and not answering the phone. So you have to explain to them why, okay? That under the law we take your devices. So you're gonna remain under the same instructions. You're not allowed to discuss this case yet. It's not yours yet. You are gonna hear the rest of the closing, and then you're going to deliberate tomorrow. So you remain under the same instructions. We will see you here. I want to start right at 10. Okay, thank you.
All right, the jury.